Just want to thank each and every one of you here today. I want to thank the color guard, and I know there's some more of the relatives making their way here, but I'm really glad and happy that we come this far in our organization, Native American Church of North America, and at the same time, we wanted to kind of rally up some of the goodness here, try to advocate for protection of our holy medicine. And now I want to welcome you all here to Denver here. I know we got we got an agenda here, so we're going to kind of go along that, So I want to thank Mr. Goodfeather here once again for being here and doing what was asked of him. So when we go to different places, we try our best to kind of mutual respect to people in that area, to let them know, hey, we're going to be in your area, just kind of courtesy, just that's how it should be, just a courtesy check, call, or let them know, because we don't want them to know, hey, they didn't want them to know, we didn't know that was going on, we live right here, so we wanted to do that, and I want to thank you, Doug. I want to thank everyone here, Uncle Andy, and all the locals here. So at this time, I'll turn this time over to you, Doug, and we're having a symposium, protecting and preserving our sacred medicines and ceremonies to our inherent sovereignty. So in the midst of all that, right in the heart of Colorado, Denver right now, they're having this big psychedelic conference, and where there's our medicines kind of on the line, over there. And it kind of don't feel right, it don't even look right, for our holy sacred medicine being in the midst of all those other psychedelics. But nevertheless, I want to put a comma there, and I'll turn this time over to you. You could go ahead and say a word of prayer. You get some encouragement.
Well, Sean Wash the Eva Chicha Pikile. We are going to stay yellow. Ian Paslote Inoji Metaha, Hukpapa Lakota, Emetahancha, Le Yokpi, Le Inojiwan, and Wopila, Tonka Chicha Piguha. I want to greet you all in a good way with a good heart. I'm from the Standing Rock, Hukpapa Lakota Nation. I reside here in Denver, Colorado, and I'm honored to be here and say thank you to Pancho and the committee for asking me to come and make a prayer. It's good to see relatives here that, Andy and Cheryl and coming here representing, and the rest of you coming from your respective places. So before I make a prayer, I just want to say a few words about one of the things that is going on here. So the kind of work that I do is I'm a psychologist, I'm a counselor. And so as I went into my studies, I had to learn this Western thinking. Yeah. And so one of the things that I did was, it wasn't comparing, it wasn't coinciding with me or the people I was working with. So instead I went back to our ways, to our ceremonies, and I studied our ceremonies. I studied the ceremonies that we use, our peyote ceremonies, or our sweat lodges, or our different ceremonies that they have around the country and the world, and this indigenous way that they use. So I went into these studies, and because every time I asked the professors about some of the things that they were using, they couldn't answer. So when I gave my philosophy, my teachings, they said, oh, no, we can't use that there, we can't, oh, no. So what I've learned is from then on, I had to go into my own study, to do my own research. So that's what I did. And I realized that the things that we were learning were from other different countries, different philosophers, different mathematicians. So I went into our own culture, and I realized that we have our own philosophers, we have our own mathematicians, our own scientists in our own culture, in our language, in our DNA, in our medicine. And so one of the things I learned about the medicine of the peyote is that how it talked to me through people, and how it brought me to the altar and talked to me that way. And I was talking with this roadman, he passed away, his name was William Baker. And he used to always say, like that there. And so he told me a story one time. He said, I was talking to him about some medicine that I was looking for. He said, I did that one time, but I went to the peyote. And so this lady came to him and offered him to pray for him. And they wanted it right there, so they went to the house, and he had two singers and just him. And they started singing. And all of a sudden this door opened up, this vortex, he said. And inside that door there was a storm, snowstorm. So he got up and he looked back at his singers. He said, keep singing, don't stop. And he went into the door. And as soon as he got in there was a warrior standing there going like this, follow me. So he followed it, but he hesitated because it was a big whiteout snowstorm. And he looked back and he couldn't see the door, but he could hear the singing. So as he went further and further, the singing got duller and duller till he couldn't hear it. But that warrior kept saying, come on. He got scared to go any further, but he knew he had to. So as he got towards the warrior disappeared, and there was just a plant there. So he picked that plant and he turned around, but he was lost. So he was listening, and faintly he could hear the song. So he followed the song back. He followed it all the way to the door, and he came through the door and he sat down. And then when the singers looked up at him, he was all wet, but he had that medicine. He said the peyote brought him in there to bring him to find that medicine. And the peyote knew what to use. And this is one of the stories that I've learned, the philosophy of William Baker. He was a professor in that manner. And he taught me a philosophy that is so intelligent that you can take it to the professors that have doctorate degrees that won't even understand you. So it's the connection that we have to this ceremony as indigenous people that taught these stories and philosophies to us. So same thing with the sweat lodge, the fire, as one of our greatest philosophers. That's what I learned. The altar. When we go into the sweat lodge, our mom's stomach, we go into her and we sit in there. We pray, rejuvenate. And there's all these intelligent, scientific things happening in there, connecting with us. You see, our math is not like the Western thinking. It doesn't even look like it. And we can find that in our ceremonies. That's where I found our answers to how they heal us. Because there's a natural modality that it connects to the mind and helps us heal. I learned that some of the DNA in the medicine, the DNA is in us. So when it connects with us, it heals us. We don't have side effects. We heal. We literally heal. We literally connect to the Creator. And that's what I've learned through these medicines and these studies that I have done, and how powerful they are. Because when you make it synthetic, it makes you sick instead. And keep it natural. Keep it indigenous. It's sacred. It's a ceremony because we put meaning and philosophy behind it through our songs, through our words, through our love. Because they say one of the greatest medicines you can have is the love of your family. So I want to say that much and say thank you for allowing me to kind of give you my perspective of how intelligent our ways are. Because we were here first. So we have that medicine, we have those scientific and mathematical answers to this world, but they don't want to look at us that way. Because they don't want to see us smarter than them, and we are. So I just wanted to say that and encourage you and say thank you to all my relatives and elders for speaking in front of you. Forgive me because a lot of you are teachers, and a lot of you are healers. And I want to thank you for doing that, for holding that ground and keep moving forward, because it is hard. It is hard, but one of the things I've learned, there's no competition in ceremony. No, we're not above or below, we're together. And the importance of this work is doing the work for our people, all people. And that this medicine doesn't see your color, it sees your beauty, it sees your light, and it heals you that way. So I want to say thank you that much, and I'm just make a prayer and pray that this is a good, powerful conference. Wakanta ka wopina kanka chicha pi wana le betu kile hoi chicha pi na betu yokpi chote wana washte le prejuta kile happy piote kile piaktela awoindla ka kush najikte and we chose ani we choni oya ki oina you happy telo opila kanka chicha pi ki ahani unkita ki pi le unkupi ki na chokata le hihuni telo. Thank you for this beautiful life that you have given us through these ways as we move forward. Thank you for the medicine you brought forth through our Mother Earth, through the teachers of our elders, and the sacrifice of ceremony to continue to bring this medicine to the people and heal, and to continue to bring these teachings to bring peace, love, and harmony to all life, to our Mother Earth, and our four-legged relatives, the winged, the ones in the water. To remember our relatives at home, wherever they may be. For the ones in the prisons and jails, the ones in the hospitals, the ones that are homeless, the ones that are lost, and that we pray for them. We pray for everybody here and the leaders that are taking a stand to be strong and to lead us in a good way, for the power of the medicine to protect them in a good way. And we say, Wopila chichapi. Lila wopila tanka chichapi ayopi. Wopila chichapi. Dagu wakayay okahipi. Hogashila yellow. Chewayaki yellow. Hai. Togashi Oshimanayo Hai Wopina Chicha Pi Mitakuye Wasi.
Thank you.
I want to thank Mr. Goodfeather for some good encouragement here. Also some good good prayer, an encouragement song, prayer song on behalf of the symposium here that we're having. I know we are trying our best as an organization. I want to thank all those that are on the panel here, our delegation from the Navajo tribe, different tribal leaders, tribal chairmen, different council representatives, and there was some more, but we wanted to put them on there, but we was just waiting, because there's another energy, there's some kind of a energy summit taking place here, a lot of our tribal leaderships there, so, but along the way, they said they're gonna, make their way, pass through here and come in and show their love and their support and their encouragement here, so At this time here, we'll go down to our welcome address. You know, our dear uncle here, Andrew Kozad. Andy Kozad, you know, Kiowa Nation. You know, he's our Native American Church, Oklahoma, Kiowa chapter. And also he's one of the elders here, one of the Native American Church spiritual leaders here in this community. So turn this time over to you, Uncle. Thank you.
I want to say good morning to all you travelers that came a long distance to spend some time with us here in Denver. You're always welcome. They said, you know, Denver is our crossroad of our Indian people. Some of us moved here from our reservation, our tribal community, to raise our families. When I first moved here back in 1980, the last 46 years, the first couple of years, it was kind of tough for me because I was used to going to our peyote ceremonies back home the way I was raised by my late father, Leonard Kozad Sr. of Anadarko, Oklahoma, my late mother, Velma Ihede Kozad from Carnegie, Oklahoma. You know, in this circle of life, this Native American church, it's a beautiful place. Around the 1800s, a lot of the tribes were forced to what they call Indian Territory. And later on, they decided to call it State of Oklahoma, the Sooner State. But as the Indian people, as it was mentioned, we have our own way of life, the natural things of doing things. But somehow, since 1492 back this way, immigrants came here from the outside looking in at us Indian. And my dad used to say, when these people come and look at us, they say, "Hey, Indian, what you doing? How come you're happy?" And my dad said, "Well, I'm going to base something here about my Indian ways. I'm an Indian, I'm Kiowa. My Indian name is Goagulute, which means redwood. That was Dad's name. And my mom's name is Doi Pima, talking about that pink flower on that peyote. That's my mother's name." So there's a lot of history about this peyote religion. He said that teepee is where I get my education. I'm not educated like you, Mr. White Man. I don't have a high degree. I'm not highly educated. I don't have a 3-bedroom home, 2-story house, 3-car garage. I don't have that. But that teepee down there next to the sweat lodge, that's where I get my education, right there. I take my family in there, those who go in there. That teepee, we sit up all night, we pray to Almighty God, the Creator. We sit there all night, meditate, partake of that sacrament, peyote, saying kain, that's how we say it in Kiowa. It's a good medicine, it's a nerve medicine, it helps us. It's because it's a natural form, he said. Around, I want to say about 1890, when the government took our Kiowa Sundance away, soon after, that's when the peyote religion came from the south. The Huichola Indians in Mexico, then it came to southern Texas, northern Mexico, among the Lapan Apaches, where they had that water drum. That's a history. And then that's the Plains Indian part became part of that with the gourd, that staff. They say at one time was a bow, like a bow and arrow. They cut the string off to use it as a staff to pray. We're not going to fight, we're going to pray. Different tribes got different origins, how it came to their people. The Kiowas, we got our religion from the neighboring Comanches, Corner Parker. They're the one that put that gourd in there, staff, and of course the drum. These things are wonderful. And I believe whatever I'm sharing with you this morning is welcoming, because I want to welcome you to part of our version of the Kiowa people, how we came across this holy sacrament, peyote, come from the south. And then other Southern Plains tribes in Oklahoma began to become part of that. In the 1800s, somewhere to there was opposition against peyote among the Indian tribes in the state of Oklahoma. So they began to lobby the Kiowa, Comanche, Apache, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Oto, Missouri tribe, Ponca tribe. They sent delegations to Washington, D.C. because they wanted to oppose the use of peyote in the Indian territory, what they call Oklahoma today. With the help of Dr. James Mooney. So they came back and they were approved as they lobbied over there in Congress in Washington, D.C. back in the 1800s, the early 1900s. Got approved. So they went to the state capitol. James Mooney said, let's incorporate the church. Native American Church of Oklahoma, October 10, 1918. From there, that's where they began to make the establishment when they had the original Articles of Incorporation. And then later on, it began to grow because other tribes were interested in this holy sacrament. Until 1944, when it became Native American Church of the United States because we wanted to accommodate tribes outside Oklahoma. And then it didn't stop there. It went on to 1950 to what it is today, Native American Church of North America. It's all good. Everything's good, but sometimes our human thinking get in there, want to interpret things a certain way, but that medicine has its way. We have to follow it. That's what my dad used to tell me. Andrew, you follow this peyote. Don't get up there with it or around it because you're human. Stay behind it. You know, I don't talk about this very much because it is sacred the way I was taught. I don't get on Facebook. I don't talk about peyote or say my part about it because I am one of the Kiowa peyote chief. That's how we say roadman in our way back at home in Oklahoma, among the Kiowa people. We don't use that term roadman. We say peyote chief. Unless my dad fixed me to chief peyote. When I run meetings, I put it on that sage, begin to pray, tobacco, cedar off the sage and the medicine. We pray to the Creator, the way He made us, the tongue that we speak in our language, these songs that we have with the rituals, procedures in that ceremony, starting song. All the other songs that's part of that, the first 4 songs, talk about that Holy Sacrament. So with that, I want to sing a couple songs. This first one is talking about that medicine on that sage. After we put the eagle bone whistle there, after we get to rolling our smoke with corn husk, and then put that tobacco down, and then we use cedar to cedar off that sage, to rub ourselves with that sage, and then partake of that medicine, peyote, saying kind. So we're there, put it on after the starting song, and then this song that was established by some of my elders goes like this. Ta ta ya dogo, ta ta ya dogo, ta ta ya dogo, ta ta ya dogo, say eagle te ya dog, hey you we, ta ta ya dogo, ta ta ya dogo, say eagle te ya dog, hey you we. That song talking about chief, he puts his chief peyote on that sage for that moon after we smoke. That's what that song talks about. When I get a chance to conduct meeting, I try to follow those procedures my dad was taught by his grandpa. Inca Behuru, killer of the enemy. He was part of that 1918 charter, state of Oklahoma, 1918. And that's where my dad was raised by his grandpa, right there at Hulk Creek, West Anadarko. We have teepee ground there, sweat lodge. All these wonderful things that God gave us, that's what my dad taught me. He said, Andy or Andrew, all these things we Indian people got, our history, legend, legacy, everything has to start somewhere. It had to start somewhere. And I thought about it. I said, well, you know where this all started? It was God. God's creation. God's got to come first in all things that you do, and then everything else, and then we come last. That's how I was taught how to pray. That's how I was taught how to talk. We're not up here to put on a show or false pretenses, like he said. You mean what you're going to say, what you're going to do from your heart and your spirit and your soul. Follow these good ways. Every tribe's got your own fireplace. You go there and respect what they're doing, and they come to your place and they respect always. Good, honey, get tired, they say. Because it's something wonderful. We are all children of God in this Native American church. All across the country, United States, Canada, and Mexico. We sit there going to some other oppositions that come arising to our church. We all have to unify and stick together. That's what we're going to unify. Not just 1, 2 people, but all of us together. Let's come together, unify. We're going to hear all these panelists today. We're here to get some information. Everything will be good for all of you. That's my welcome remark to you. So the next song I'm going to briefly sing here is one of Dad's composition about children. I'm thankful that God gave me children. I'm thankful for that. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Native American Church officers, members, and representatives, welcome to Denver, Colorado. Aho, day on day. Have a good day.
Thank you, Matthew. I want to thank our dear uncle here for really a good, welcome address, and then same time, a little history, a little, kind of shining light on some of the protocols and etiquettes. And I really, really glad and happy that we could have some relatives from where all these fireplaces, started, where they all kind of, our good Southern Plain relatives were kind enough, loving enough to share these fireplaces. And here we are today, 2025, and I'm going to commend those families and those tribes that are upholding to their duties and responsibilities and how these fireplaces were shared. I know they always say, I know the golden #1 rule was always to always not add nothing to it or not take anything away. That was their #1 golden rule. So I want to commend the families and the tribes that will uphold to that golden rule and then sharing it with the younger generation that are coming up here. So I just want to say thank you, Uncle here. So, and I just want to, we'll go down to, why we're here. The symposium. To me, I want to thank, first of all, my wife, my #1 supporter. But a lot of times, I kind of involve her in a lot of things, and because, she's comes from the grassroots and where these fireplaces came from. And then I always have her stress, all the time to the younger generation to how these fireplaces came to be, the foundation of it, and all the etiquette, the female role. So I want to thank her. And then we've been doing a lot of Native American church work. We've been doing a lot of advocating. We have a ministry now. We're going about a couple years now. So we've been kind of busy doing, trying to help wherever need be within the tribes, within the communities. And so last weekend was our national convention. And at the same time, we've been missing a lot of work. So, but we got to do what we need to do, because we're not all promised tomorrow. So, and then along the way, we seen this psychedelic conference taking place here in the heart of Denver. Well, we seen it last year, and then and then we thought, man, we need to be over there, or not to be involved in it, or not to participate in it, but just to we need to shine some light on some of the laws that we're governed by, and remind the federal government, the state, and then all these mainstream interests. So for the record, those out there listening, audience, when we say non-native, we don't want you to get defended or taken personal or anything. What we mean is these mainstream interests, these pharmaceuticals, because because we know some families, they might have a different nationality, spouse or grandchildren or children, however it may be, so I know we kind of get some comments here and there, but not knowing after maybe that might have a non-native spouse or non-native children. So that's not our intention. We're not here to be any kind of way. We're just following our bylaws. We're just following statements and minutes. 76 years. And I want to thank my legal team, Mr. Jones, and my vice president, Mr. Red Cloud. And I know last weekend was our national convention, so I know a lot of them, was trying to make it here, but due to work and things like that. But same time, why we was having it today, because yesterday, some of our own good relatives, loving relatives that we used to laugh with, we used to eat at the steakhouse with, we used to have a good time, around the fireplace. Today, yesterday, there was all on a panel along with some other non-native organizations. And then for whatever reason, they got changed to today. So I don't know how that come about. So we have some of our NAC relatives, some dignitary over there, listening, for themselves, So later on, they'll be making their way here. So I told my my vice president and my wife, and I said, well, we'll get started, even if there's 2 people in the crowd here, we'll get started here, so. Yeah.
Isaac Cardenas from Yanaguana, Tapila, nearby the Church of
San Antonio, Texas. Do you think that might have been their strategy when they found out they were also attending?
You're about the 50th person that said that, so must be some kind of something to that. But we'll put a comma there on that. I know. I just want to let you relatives know why we're having a symposium here. Just to kind of be in the best. Why we're having it here too is because there's a proposition bill 122 here. There's 5 substances that they passed back in 2022, and the 3 of them are already went through, passed, and they're going through the system right now. So the next 2 by June 2026, they want to push through the mushrooms, psilocybin, peyote, mescaline. So by 2026, they want to push that through. So that's why we're having this here, because as an organization, we can talk till we're blue in the face, but all these efforts need to get from tribal government. So that's why we have Southern Ute, Mountain Ute here. Let them know what's happening in their backyard, And I know our good Ute relatives have a lot of good ways and traditions and customs within themselves too. So, and it's not just peyote now here today. It's all our medicines that we use in our ceremonies. It's all our ceremonies. So now we're shining light on a lot of that, here today. So, and I don't know what it's as simple as a change of you could decrim peyote all you want, but then on the other hand, how come they can't put mescaline in there? What's so hard about that? There's something behind that. where they can't just put a simple sign as peyote/muscaline. Oh, they say, oh, we're not messing with peyote, but the heart and soul and the whole good spirit of it's inside the peyote, So I don't know how they're trying to clarify that, So, and I have a brochure here too, good relatives, tribal leadership. I want to thank our delegation for being here. Hopefully we're not sounding like broken records. I know you're hearing all what we're saying and what we're doing, but we're trying our best, good relatives. So the violation, a lot of it's our sovereignty and our rights. Peyote and mescaline are not commodities. Any attempts to patent, trademark, or otherwise commercialize our elements of the peyote religion violates our tribal sovereignty and our cultural rights. And standing on existing law, opposing mescaline peyote decriminalization does not change existing law. It simply reaffirms the protection under the ARFA 94. So we're just trying to shine light on that. And then our financial conflicts of interest. Any support of decriminalization mescaline with peyote raises our concern. The only motivation to exclude mescaline from the opposition would be the profit or influence by outside interests, including pharmaceutical and psychedelic industries. And we all know our good medicine is not for sale or any type of way, shape, or form. Native American churches are not in the business of extracting, selling, or supporting synthetic mescaline. We are protectors of the natural peyote way of life. We reject synthetic substitutes and warn of their unknown effects of the human health and ceremonial balance. So I know everyone knows all this and they're ready brochures, but I'm just reading, for the audience that are live, so FYI. Intellectual and cultural property theft. Legalizing mescaline paves the way for exploitation of tribal intellectual property, including our songs, our prayers, ceremonies, sacred knowledge. Without tribal consultation or consent, such actions threaten sovereignty and cultural survival. So that's why we need our tribal government, to weigh in on this. We need them to get it across the finish line, So that's why I thank them very much. We have a lot of resolutions that are supporting our efforts from Coalition of Large Tribes, National Congress, American Indians. We're going to put a QR code up here, and we'll share all the support that we have from different tribes and different entities, tribal entities. So the lack of consultation, the federal agencies, including the FDA and DEA, have not consulted with tribes regarding mescaline extracting or synthetic development. Legalizing mescaline without such dialogue violates trust obligations and could severely impact the religious and ceremonial use of peyote. So no tribal involvement in researches that is taking place. No federally recognized tribes is participating in clinical research involving mescaline. There is no substantial evidence showing that mescaline is safe and effective for the PTSD or other uses among Native populations and veterans. So that's kind of what we're trying to shine light on. Congressional intent and spiritual significance. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act, Amendments 94, was passed with full understanding by Congress. Native tribal leaders that peyote is protected in its entire form, including its psychoactive compound, mescaline. Mescaline is not separate from peyote. It is our spirituality and ceremonial inseparable from the medicine. Fundamental laws of this medicine. According to our traditional laws, every medicine carries a Holy Spirit. The spirit of peyote is carried in its natural form, including mescaline. Removing or extracting mescaline from peyote, especially for synthetic use, violates natural and ceremonial law. The spirit cannot be separated from the plant or recreated in the lab. So the legal aspects of everything would be the federal law. Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act of 1970 classifies both peyote and mescaline as a Schedule I substance. There's no legal mechanism of this mescaline from the peyote. Once extracted, legalizing mescaline threatens the legal protection peyote currently enjoys. So our tribal and community opposition, Colorado's federally recognized tribes, indigenous working groups. To me, I always kind of have a problem with that word indigenous. I don't know if you guys feel that way, but to me, that's everything word. I don't know, because the ARFA, it don't say indigenous. You know, it says federally recognized tribe. I don't know, this is something to think about all throughout the day. But anyways, working groups voted against including mescaline in the state's Natural Medicine Health Act. March 2024, the Coalition of Large Tribes passed a resolution opposing decriminalization of both peyote and mescaline. So I just want to shine light on that. Mescaline is not separate from peyote. Decriminalize mescaline, especially for non-native or recreational use, threatens the ceremonial, spiritual, and legal integrity of peyote. These stand to protect our medicine, our way of life, and our sovereignty rights. So I just wanted to read that. I know some people we're live too, good relatives. So for those of that can't see this brochure, I just want to let you know these are being passed out here. Not only here, we have some good nephews and that are passing these out over there at the in the heart of all this mainstream interest here today. So I just want to kind of shine light on that. And I could go on, but I'm just supposed to be doing this kind of review. So, and then same time, my legal rep here is kind of making preparation and a lot of times too, my good relatives out there, you know, and on social media and here locally, you know, a lot of times, you know, Justin here, I really commend him. I commend him very much for helping this organization, because previously we had pro bono legal representatives, and it seemed like that's kind of all what we got. But now here we have our legal running, conducting our ceremonies, partaking this good medicine, you know, from the business, and then all the way, you know, where it counts, and like frosting on a cake is that he conducts the ceremonies for us on Saturday, along with his family. We got his sonny boy on the drum, we got one of the uncles on the cedar, one of the nephews on fire, a lot of his sisters, siblings. Man, that's a good picture, that's a good sight as a family, you know. And then I want to say thank you, Brother Justin, very much on behalf of the American Church of North America organization. And then same time, I just like the way how you kind of on a legal lens, you know, and then how you kind of word things and helping us along, you know. And you have a whole lot to do with where we are here today from day one. You know, when we got in these positions, we asked you to, my wife and I, we asked you to help us in the legal aspect, you know. So here we are, we're going on term number 2, and then we're about half done here with term number 2. So I'll turn this time over here to you if you're ready here. And I just want to have our legal general counsel of the American Church of North America, you know, and inherent sovereignty affirmed by the treaties of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, U.S. Supreme Court tribal government responsibilities. You know, so I just want to thank Mr. Jones here, and I think, you know, all the efforts that he's doing, it goes to show, you know, we're telling it how it is, like on the natural law, you know, all tribes have a unique, you know, spiritual laws, you know, natural law, and then I went to go as far as our own native people. I want to commend our native tribes, our native brothers and sisters that further pursued their education, you know, to learn everything out there, that Western education, in time of need, and then we could turn back around and use it on them in a nice way. So I want to thank all of your educated ones, all the educated ones out there. I want to say thank you very much. So when we see you all graduate, we all feel like we all graduated, some way, shape, or form, because, it's really nice. Good to see my sister Jen here, so we have a sign-up sheet here too, relatives, so I just want to, so all of this we're doing is all in a congressional record. So from day 1, 2021, we've been compiling all our sign-in sheets, our statements, our testimonies, our congressional record. And when time and need, they're going to look at all of this. And we're going to have a whole lot of documents for them to read and remind the federal government to know that they have federal trust responsibility. So at this time, our dear good relative, brother here, Mr. Jones. So thank you.
You could clap or war whoop or holler. It's all right.
Good morning. Hey, good morning, my good relatives that are in attendance here at this symposium. And then I want to say thank you to the gentleman that rendered the prayer here this morning, and then the songs that he sung for the colors here, and the words that he shared with us as well. I also want to say thank you to my Segi here, Andy. Good to see him again. Good to hear him talk again. And my aunt here, his wife. Good to see both of you again here. It's been quite some time that we've seen one another. I was really glad to see you on the agenda, and I'll always look forward to seeing you, and especially to pray with you and to sing with you as well. Maybe somewhere down the road we could do that again. And I want to say thank you to the organizers here, my brother Pancho, and then my sister. Good to see you again, sis. To be here with one another again. And then the vice president, my brother here, Daryl, and then some of the delegates from the Native American Church of North America that are here, as far as the people that are the governance of this organization as well. And some of you presenters are already here, and some of the leadership that are here as well. I know that we have our honorable council delegates from the Navajo Nation Council that are present here with us, and some other leaders that are here as well. So I'm glad that we could come together again to talk about something really, really, really important. And sometimes it seems like we don't really give it enough credit or enough attention. We're too involved with revenue. We're too involved with thinking and being worried about what Trump is going to do. We're too involved with other things that occur on our reservations where we come from. And it seems like we're too involved in that. But one thing we neglect to do is to really think about and worry about the severity, almost at a crisis today, of what we deem as our heart and soul of our identity, of who we are as natives, as tribes. It seems like it's the identity, our language. Through our language, we can talk to our Creator. Through our language, we can talk to this creation here. The Nosan Yadishkish, Nihizad Ekudad Ebe Sodilzin. And so through our language like that, we are able to talk about the thoughts and the feelings that we have, to express that to this creation that's here. Through our language, we're able to render an offering. And through that communication and that relationship that we have with this creation, through our language, we could do that. And so that aspect and that practice and that gesture and that whole area of who we are, it seems like we don't really pay that much attention to it. And so I often say, if we could think about it in a different perspective, like from home, the Navajo people, we still have a lot of our ceremonies, winter ceremonies and summer ceremonies, and all the ceremonies in between. Those ceremonies are based upon the fact that we utilize our Navajo Diné language. Our prayers are in the Diné language. The songs are in our Diné language. So if we lose that language, it would be not workable, it seems like, because it's language-based. But through language, we also have the process of protocols. We also have the process of how we go about things, as we say. Sometimes we just call it ways, but we have this process of how we go about things and how we have certain protocols. Even through our clanship, we have certain protocols that we have with our brothers and our sisters, our uncles and our aunts, and our grandmas and our grandpas. And then even to the point where our clanship system regulates who we can and who we cannot marry as well. Things like that. So all of this, it seems like there's a daily fight to maintain that. Every day we have an influx of things that are challenging us to do that. For example, technology. One of our biggest enemies today is technology. I remember the day when we used to wake up in the morning and go outside and not come back into the house until it gets dark. Today, we have to throw our kids out of the house because they're so used to being inside. Those are the kind of examples that we have. There's an influx and attack every day on that. We are questioned every day about our own ceremonies, whether or not it is correct or whether or not it's proper by non-native religious organizations. They have a capacity, I don't know why, but they seem like there's so much freedom for these external organizations to come onto our Indian reservations and then basically advocate hate. That's what we're dealing with on the Navajo Nation. Just recently an incident took place where a church was advocating hate against Native ceremonies, our Navajo ceremonies, medicine men, medicines, protocols, things like that. And so that's there as well. And I think one of the biggest things that we fight with every day to maintain all of this is that it's a generational dependency issue that we have here. The federal government, from the day that we signed the peace treaties, it made us dependent upon it. It seems like it got us psychologically, emotionally, even spiritually, that we're dependent upon it. We have to ask permission to do things today. Even just to ask permission to go to a sacred site and lay down some offerings. We have to ask permission to do that. In this age of freedom of religion, the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, in this age, we still have to do that. In this age, we still have to get rations as they used to do outside of the forts. We still get rations. And we have to go to Washington to ask for those rations every time we try to call it lobbying today. But they're rations. And so these are the things that are making us dependent upon them. And today, that's what we have. So Our whole movement here with Native American Church of North America has evolved not only from the protection and preservation of this sacrament, but it has evolved to other ceremonies. It has evolved to the protection and preservation of our sacred sites. It has evolved into the preservation and protection of our language. It has evolved into the preservation and protection of our native protocols and demeanors and our own natural, traditional, cultural laws that we have. And one day, I posed a question. The question was that, what do you think actually regulated us? What do you think kept us together? What do you think healed the injuries? What do you think resolved the conflict? What resolved that? What kind of conflict resolution did we have prior to contact with Europeans? It's not like we were just not living by anything. We were living by natural, traditional, cultural laws, ceremonial laws. That's what brought us through these years. And guess what? We still have them today. They're not gone. We just don't seem to look at it or prioritize it or even believe in it anymore. So this is what this whole thing is about, as far as we need to get back to what we already know. A lot of our elders at home tell us, go with what already knows you. This medicine and all these medicines, they already know who you are. They already know your problems and your issues. If you go to this juniper or this tree that's here, it already knows who you are. Your songs already know who you are. It already knows you. You don't have to reintroduce yourself. So thereby, it's already in you. The Holy Spirit already put it into your bloodstreams, into your clans, into your language, into who you are, into your sacred footprints, into your shadow, everything and anything about you. So why would you not? It's not an experiment. A lot of times our scientists today, I want to see facts. I want to see case studies. My response usually is, from time immemorial that we were created and put into this world, and all the way up to now, the fact that we're still here, that's about as much of a case study as you can get. How much more do you want? Because that's what we have and used all the way up to now. And so we want to start talking about what is already in us, what is already there, what is already that's there. We need to wake each other up. We need to wake each other up and say, hey, let's come back to this. Whether it's in education, whether it's in the forms of government, whether it's in social services, whether it's in health, whether it's in law enforcement, and in my line of work, in the practice of the law, judicial proceedings, in our conflict resolution, in our courts. For so long, we've been going down this road trying to utilize a system that was practically forced down our throats by the federal government. We never had a say at the table. For example, our education system, the way that it's structured, preschool, kindergarten, 12th grade, post-secondary, and then the curriculums that go with it, even the assessments, even the teaching methodology, it's broken up like that. We never had a say if that's what kind of an education that we already had. Nobody asked us. Let's take the tribal courts, for example. Nobody asked us, say, hey, we're going to have a judge and you're going to have a petitioner and you're going to have a respondent. You're going to have a plaintiff, you're going to have a defendant. Bring your problem to the court. sue this person and bring to the court. Let's have an adversarial session here where one versus the other. That wasn't part of us. That's not how we resolved our problems. We had other conflict resolution methodologies that we used, and we still use that today. So nobody sat at the table with us and said, hey, what do you guys want? How do you guys want it to be? But we still have this system. So we have a double whammy that we need to deal with. So that's what prompts all of this. And now we have our medicines here. The scope and purpose of this conference today, this symposium today and tomorrow, is to bring in some of these, the other side of the story. Because right now, across town, there are majority non-natives that are meeting, talking about how plant medicines could help certain things, how they could have access to it, how they can even perform a ceremony, how they can do this and that. We didn't have $1,000 registration fees, and I know a lot of natives do not. So let's say, hey, maybe we can offer an alternative here. But through that alternative, we can say, let's tell the real story over here. Let's be honest about some things and put forth some facts. And so that's what really this symposium is all about, that there is another side to the story. And we wanted to create this conversation. And so through our native identities, our belief systems, our ways of life, we believe today that came from the Holy Spirit. It already gave it to us through our soul and our spirit today. So we call that inherent sovereignty. And one of the things I'm always frustrated about today, to be honest with you, my relatives, is the fact that I wish I could speak all of the tribal languages that are here. I know I can speak my own language, but when you talk about it in your own language, there's a certain spirit that goes with it, like inherent sovereignty. It fails miserably to really say what it really is. But we have to use that language, the foreign language, my second language. I didn't learn how to speak English until I was like in second grade. And so inherent sovereignty is something that we already have, that we believe that the Holy Spirit gave us. It's already in us. It's already enabled, just ready to go, and ready to be stimulated, ready to be motivated, ready to be turned on, ready to be switched on. It's already in us. So this inherent sovereignty is nothing foreign to us. It's a relationship that's already coded between us and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit already gave us our identity number. So when it goes into the central processing unit of the Holy Spirit, it already knows that our number is already there. We don't have to establish it. We don't have to pay a fee for it. We don't have to do anything. It's already there. So it's our ability that we have all of those already. And that's how it's pretty simply defined. So a lot of times we go upon this life about trying to get acknowledgments, somebody to say, yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is the reason why. We go through this like that. And so I took a few examples. Just so these are examples for you to think about. The treaties already gave us that inherent sovereignty acknowledgement. When we signed the treaties with the federal government already saw it as we are foreign nations, or we are nations within a nation. We already are a separate group of people that are separate and distinct. So because of that, that was the reason why they wanted to sign a treaty with us. They could have easily just said, forget it, we'll just overtake these guys and we'll control them and this and that. But the fact that the treaty was put forth in a way acknowledges our sovereignty as distinct nations. It acknowledges that. Now, we could go about for the next 2 days, talk about how the federal government violated these treaties, this and that, and however way. But that's not part of this conversation today. And then on the other hand, it seems like we get caught up in that so much that we lose sight of the basic a lot of times. So there's an acknowledgement already that we are foreign or domestic nations here. Now, one of my grandpas at home said one day, these treaties, the federal government made a mistake. The federal government was stupid that they actually gave us this treaty because of the fact that it didn't realize in such a way that it was acknowledging us as a sovereign. Because the minute you do that, here comes a whole slew of things that go along with that acknowledgement. And that slew of things, those slew of things that we have that went along with the treaty, we get to put it back on the table and present it back to them today. It might have taken us over 200 years, but we get to bring that and put it back into their faces today and say, look, remember this? But the heart and soul of that is the fact that they acknowledge this as us natives as sovereigns. And there's something very distinctive. As a practitioner of the law, when you take that concept and begin to apply and begin to work with that, it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty unique. And to begin to work with it like that. So here's an example. Treaty. It's an acknowledgement. We're recognized as sovereigns. Here's an example. Another example that we're sovereign nations and that we're recognized as sovereigns is the fact that the United States Supreme Court has a slew of cases that came before them. Even as early as 1832, when a case came before the United States Supreme Court in a case called Worcester versus Georgia. And in this particular case, in summary, the United States Supreme Court simply stated that American Indians, they retained their inherent sovereignty. It's something that the Holy Spirit gave to them. We didn't give to them. We don't have the power to give them sovereignty. The United States government does not have the power to give somebody sovereignty. It's something that is inherent in them as American Indians. And the reason why also is that they pre-existed the federal government. They were already living like this. They were already operating like this. They were already regulating themselves like this. So who are we as the United States Supreme Court to say, we're going to give you sovereignty? They simply acknowledged it, that we are sovereigns. And so there's something really significant in that. When you begin to apply a lot of these things that we're working with today, we're in a day and age where that acknowledgement means a whole lot. The challenge is, what do we do with it? That's the challenge. So the acknowledgement was the fact that the United States Supreme Court acknowledged this. And last week at the Native American Church of North America Convention, I was asked the question, is it true that the United States Constitution does not apply to American Indians? And my answer was, yes, that is a true statement. Why? The reason being was these cases here's one of them. Because we were already here. We were already operating like this before. So thereby, it pre-exists the federal government. It pre-exists the United States Supreme Court. It pre-exists the United States Constitution. So thereby, you can't apply something to somebody that they were already doing when you barely created the United States Constitution over here years down the road. It just doesn't work like that. So thereby, in so many ways, the United States Constitution really does not apply to the American Indian. Now, there are other things that came around, like the Civil Rights Act, the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights was adopted by our tribes, and we called it the Indian Civil Rights Act. So the freedom of religion, the freedom of all of this and that we adopted that. But as far as the Constitution to be applied to us, that was the reason why. Now, another example of being sovereign is the fact that we have the ability for self-government. We have the ability to govern ourselves. Now, we have tribal councils, we have tribal presidents or tribal chairmen or chairwomen, and other things that we have today. And along the history, we were given that capacity to govern ourselves. Now, although, again, nobody asked us, well, the government asked us, do you have your own form of government? If so, then go with that. We were never asked that. Rather, we had the Bureau of Indian Affairs practically with a rifle with a round inside and say, well, you're either going to go this way or that way, this way or that way. You're either going to be a constitutional government, you're going to have to be this way and that way. That's how a lot of our government structure were created. We were never asked what kind of a government. Now, if you were to ask, like, for example, I'll speak for my own tribe, the Navajo Nation, do you have your own form of government? Yes, we do. And our own form of government is pretty unique. It's pretty special. It's ceremonially based. It is based upon our protocols. It's based upon a lot of things that we talk about today. That's our own traditional form of government. But because they discovered oil in the 1930s on the Navajo Nation, the Bureau of Indian Affairs came in and created a government that we just adopted today, and that's what we call the Navajo Nation government. We have a president, we have a tribal council, we have a judicial branch over here also, which is reflective of the United States government. But in our form of government, we also had a place for the khatkhashis, the medicine men and women, those that are carriers of the bundles. They had a really big say in the governance of the people. Today, we don't have that. So we have the ability to govern ourselves. We have the ability to enact laws. A council can pass a resolution that can go into and then be part of the law. Now, I've heard a lot of debate about this. Well, it's not genuine if a council passes a law then within a structure of something that was forced upon the tribe. Well, that may be true if you look at it from that angle. However, if it's the only form of government you have, then you got to do something with it. You can't just stand by and sit down and not do anything with it. So that's one of the capacities that we have. We have the capacity to create our own laws as well, however way we see fit. For example, a lot of tribes have codes, just like the Navajo Nation does. The provisions of the Navajo Nation Code comes from the Navajo Nation Council. They passed that resolution.
They pass it over to the president signs it into law, and then it becomes part of the Navajo Nation Code. So they have the ability to create laws. They have the ability to enact a tax as well. We were challenged this on several fronts, but we have the ability to enact a tax. We can tax people, operations, and different things on our reservation, like in our case, Navajo Nation can tax. We can enforce those tribal laws as well. If somebody violates a speeding limit, then our tribal police can stop that person and issue a citation. That's an enforcement of the law. And then we have the ability to regulate activities. We have the ability to regulate if uranium is going to be hauled across the Navajo Nation. We have the ability to say, no, go around. We don't want any of that across our Navajo Nation lands. Every tribe has that ability to regulate your activities. And this is the power of the sovereignty that we have, is the fact that we have the ability to say, you need to ask permission to set up a church on an Indian reservation. Ask permission. This is the example I always give. If myself and my brother Daryl Rickhout and I were to put on our red and blues, break out our feathers, and we get dumped off in downtown, a residential area in Salt Lake City, and with our feathers and with our red and blues, maybe we're singing peyote songs and we're banging on doors over there. And then this couple opens the door and says, Yate, Stelo, how are you doing? Good day. We want to tell you about salvation through Native American church and ceremonies. We want to save your soul. If we were to say that, guess what would happen? They would call the Salt Lake City police. They'd probably get thrown in. But turn the tables around in that now. I get visitors at my home all the time. Boom, 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 boom. I want to talk to you about salvation. Okay, come on in. Got some coffee? If they're Mormons, I always offer them coffee. You want some coffee? You want some of this? Have a seat there. What can you tell me about salvation? On one condition, I get to tell you about my perspective on salvation. That's the condition. You want to come in? Then it's okay. If you don't want to listen to that, then God bless you. I'll pray for you. But my point being is that we have the ability to regulate things like that on our Indian nations. So that's what we have. And so my point being is that we have all of this already. We really have all of this already. Our ability to enact laws to preserve and protect our ceremonies. To preserve and protect a lot of these things that we have through our ability to do this. There's really nowhere in there that nobody can say, no, you can't do that. And if they do, they'll find themselves in litigation on the Navajo or on any other Indian reservation that there are. Now, here's the deal. When we have all this powers and authorities and our capacities to do this, the question is that what have we done with it? What have we done with it? And the icing on the cake for me is the fact that in 1994, the federal government of all agencies and bodies helped us by passing and enacting into law the American Indian Religious Freedom Act POD amendments. It's a way to protect a lot of these things. But if you read the American Indian Religious Freedom Act from 1978 on this way, it has a lot of those provisions. We spent a lot of time and money trying to compel the federal government to say, hey, you need to enforce your own laws. Sure, there's that. But what we fail to understand a lot of times is that, how about our own tribal governments? Where are they? In our language, I would say, oh, ne chatawadeh, hashnzagit, oh, chatawadeh, shatawadeh, an nisha, an behez, an igipik ahosha, eshechet ado unzeta. So that's where we're at. How about our own tribal governments? Where are they? When it was the last time that they passed a law to protect and preserve our medicines and our ceremonies? I'll take myself as an example again. I can't even remember the last time the Navajo Nation government passed any laws to protect and preserve any medicine, ceremonies, or anything like that. The closest that we've got thus far in all of this is just several months ago when a legislation was introduced to make the Navajo language the official language of the Navajo Nation. And it was signed into law. So at least it's an effort to begin to secure a lot of these things with our people. So what we're trying to do now is to compel and bring to the tribal leaders, hey, what about this? What are you going to do about this? It seems to me that because of this sovereignty, because of our inherent sovereignty, it seems like, I was thinking about that this morning. If a tribe were to pass a law that strictly prohibits and adds on to the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, that you have to be a member of a federally recognized tribe to possess, to ingest, and transport peyote. And there's a tribal law that adds on to that. If somebody is doing that on the Navajo Nation, that's violating that, the Navajo Nation government can prosecute it if it's on the Navajo Nation or any other reservation. The Navajo Nation or any tribal organization, the government can prosecute that to say, hey, you can't do that. If there's a form or a group or maybe a subgroup of psychedelics, psychedelic tourism, anything to do with psychedelics, or maybe there's a church that's trying to do that, and if there was such a law, the tribal government can come in and say, you cannot do that, you're violating tribal law here. At least we're enforcing it on our lands. So my point being is that we spend so much time trying to compel the federal government to enforce all of this, but yet we're neglecting our own at home. That's the beauty of inherent sovereignty, that we have to enact and enforce our own laws. One of the things that I've been advocating for is the fact that we are at a point now where we have to keep secret what is sacred. Think about it. We have to keep secret what is sacred. Because there's still a lot of, within our own Indian communities, especially with some of the ceremonial bundle carriers, not everybody can be around that. You can't just be in any old way to be around certain things and in certain sacred sites as well. So those are what we deem as secret. We don't have to tell the whole world about it. But in our teachings, we already know that. That part I think that those are some areas that we need to begin to look at to enact some of these laws. To compel our tribal leaders to say, hey, look at this, what are you doing to do this? What are you doing to do this? Because right now, it's all open. I'll give you another example. When you go to the Gallup Flea Market on a Saturday, or if you go to Kayenta Flea Market on a Wednesday, or Chinle Flea Market on a Friday, you walk through the vendors, and all of a sudden you hear traditional singing. Those singing that are sung during ceremonies. They're recorded, and they're being sold. Where are the laws to protect that? Somebody's making a buck off of that. They were never supposed to be done like that. It was never supposed to happen, but it's allowed. Go to YouTube right now, and if you put Navajo traditional singing, you can hear some traditional singing that were there, that were recorded during a ceremony. So we have these that are there, but the problem is that we don't have the tribal laws to enforce them, to say you cannot do that. That's where we're losing out. And the federal government's not going to do it. It's the tribal government that needs to do it. That's all part of this keeping secret what is sacred, to enact and enforce these laws. In 2012 or 2002, the Navajo Nation Council passed what they call the Nepepe Hizani. It's translated as the Fundamental Law. There's 4 sections to it under Title I of the Navajo Nation Code. There's the natural law section, there's the traditional law section, there's the customary law section, and there's the common law section. And that was derived from years of examining how it can be done, to where in a modern form of government can be enforced. Sure, we have the non-governmental judicial setting or governmental setting. It's enforced over here. Outside of that, it's unwritten. That's done every day. But they needed and they wanted to add to it, to make it printed, to make it written. So in 2002, they enacted that law. So as a person that practices this law, I often look into that. And Lord and behold, it's all written in there to where the Navajo Nation government can, in fact, go over to the Gallup Flea Market and shut this thing down, whoever's selling this. It's already there. And a good example of it was that a member of the Dinehatkali Association, the president, is sitting here with us in our audience today. Through that organization, they sent out a demand letter referencing this law. And there was some adherence to it. The people and the persons that were doing this, they stopped what they were doing. But that's over here. What about the Navajo Nation government over here? What are they doing? So if you brought it before them, they would say, what the, I don't know, go to DOJ, let them look at it for 20 years, and they'll come back with something. But that's where we're at today. So I wanted you to understand and kind of get a good feeling of where we're coming from as far as compelling our tribal governments to sit at this table now. Because we're over here as non-governmental groups and agencies over here trying to do all of this, where a good chunk of the responsibility sits with our tribal governments. And it was really good as we were coming to this day, the Northern Arapaho tribal government passed a resolution to do what we're talking about. And I believe here just the other day, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, the Mandan and Datsar Rikra Nation, the government, they also passed a resolution. It's not a group, it's not their Native American church group, it's the tribal government. So last July, the Navajo Nation Council had 2 resolutions come before them to simply say, we oppose the decriminalization of peyote and mescaline. Why were there two resolutions? One resolution had peyote only. The other resolution had peyote and mescaline. The body and everything else were pretty much identical, the resolutions. But the Navajo Nation Council just could not compel themselves to pass this, only because of the fact that some of the opposition did not want mescaline in there. That was it. So now you have to examine, why is it? What's your problem with mescaline? Does it do anything for you? Is it just the way that it sounds that you don't like mescaline? Does it do anything negative to you? Because when you say peyote, it has mescaline in there. But the reason why mescaline was inserted in the legislation was the fact that the non-Indian community out there is trying to decriminalize mescaline as a separate substance. And here they're telling everybody else, oh, we're not bothering peyote. We're not bothering peyote. But yet, they want to decriminalize mescaline on its own. It's one of the same. Hello?
Yeah. Yep.
So you have to question those leaders with the Navajo Nation Council that were opposed to this. What is your problem? As Eric Matthews said one time. What is your problem? So, what is it about mescaline that bothers you? Because my only answer is this, and I'll say it. Across town, they're trying to decriminalize mescaline on its own. Why? Because they want to make it into a substance where that can be prescribed legally, so that once the prescription takes place, that creates a market for it. And if there's a market for it, somebody has to produce it. And if somebody has to produce it, somebody's going to have to make money off of it. Pure and simple. Yep. What's hard about that to understand? Yep. So this is what we have. And we need to begin to pass these laws like that, where it genuinely, honestly protects our medicines and our ceremonies. Minus, without special non-native interest groups influence. What's the number one influence today as we see it? Take a piece of paper, it's green. And as my grandparents used to say, it has faces of dead people on there. The first one is Ben Franklin. That's what it is. So maybe we can put it to the side and really be honest about this discussion. And so that's what this whole inherent in sovereignty kind of brought you from defining it and empowering you as tribal leaders. Today is Tribal Leaders Day at this symposium. And those leaders that are here and those leaders that are listening, I know you were listening. That we need something. We need legislation. We're at a point to where when tribal leaders are asked to talk about this, oh yeah, I'm in support of this, I want preservation, I want protection, I'm in support of this and that. At home, we say that word is cheap. Put your money where your mouth is. How is something that you're going to do? Is it a legislation you're going to drop? Is it maybe you're going to go to the tribal council, talk to the chairman, chairwoman, whomever, and say, hey, we need to pass. We need something tangible today. We can't, we're those days of, well, yeah, we just support you. Yeah, I think this is wonderful, this and that. That rhetoric is old. We need something today. Because we don't have anything in place today that will say, this tribal government says, Dota. This tribal government says, Dota. Do not do it. It does not belong to you. How hard is it to say, this medicine, these ceremonies do not belong to you, the non-natives. It doesn't belong to you. It wasn't meant for you. It wasn't made for you. How hard is it to make that position known? If we understand that we're inherently sovereign, we have every legal, ethical, principle basis to say that. And so that's the whole scenario. The foundation of it is being inherently sovereign, and the different aspects and different ways to think about it, and to take some initiatives to do this. And that's what we're looking for today, is we need some initiatives here. We need some action. We need something tangible. Don't just give me words. Give me something tangible. Like the Mandan Hidatsa Arikara tribal government did here on Monday. And then the Northern Arapaho tribe did here the other month. They will be here to present those and say, this is where we stand. That's what we're after. The more tribal governments we have on the bandwagon, the more powerful that we are, because we all have ceremonies, we all have protocols, we have all the things that are dear to our heart, mind, souls, and spirits. Just like my Sege here, Andrew, the way he talked about the teaching of his father, about this Peyote ceremony. When people are really thinking about it, you can feel the passion that they have of it. You can feel the spirit that they display when they talk about these things. Because it's their heart, soul, and spirit. It's their existence. I always say today, they've done taken a good part of our lands. They've done cut our hair. They've done tried to destroy our language. They've done all that. But we cannot allow for our ceremonies, our medicines, our language, our sacred sites to just be given away again or to sell it. I cannot accept the fact that this sacred medicine could be planted in a nursery and mass-produced. And if we're going to have a peyote ceremony, somebody said, hey, go to that peyote nursery over there. Let's get some from over there. I think they sell it by the pound now. It just doesn't click. How can you clone the Holy Spirit and try to sell it and try to give it as the Holy Spirit? How can you do that? You can't. And for those that don't understand, I have a good example that I shared in Washington when these senators and congressmen were kind of just starry-eyed and we're trying to explain something to them, and they weren't getting it. So I'll give you an example. Think about it like this. If I were to clone Jesus Christ himself, maybe you'd make about 50 of him right here. And if I would grow him in a nursery and try to give him to you on a Sunday at church and say, this is a clone Jesus Christ, would you feel the same way? think so. Say, hey, this is not right. This is fake. This is fake news. This is not right. Yeah, you're going to be right. It's not going to be right. The same way with our medicine. If you're trying to clone this and try to raise it in a nursery and this and that, it's not the right thing. It's not just the right thing. It's just not the real thing. There's more to just the plant in itself. There's a whole protocol that we have. When we leave from our homes to go harvest it, to go down to Texas where it's at, it's a spiritual journey that we're on. When we get the medicine, there's an offering that's made where that root is in Mother Earth itself. And we take it and we bring it home. And we just take enough for what we need it for. That process is sacred to us. The same way, you can't just create the Wailing Wall for Jews here in the United States and erect something similar to it somewhere in the state of Missouri or something, and all Jews can go over there and have the same effect of the Wailing Wall. You cannot just create that shrine that's in Saudi Arabia where all Muslims, they go over there for their pilgrimage and create something over there and then just copy it and try to have the same thing here in the United States. You can't do it. It's just not right. So these are some points that we have about our medicines and our ceremonies. And that's what this is all about. You can't just prescribe some medicine, whether it's peyote, whether it's mescaline, ayahuasca, all these other native medicines that are there, and just prescribe it to a patient. Say, hey, I'm a counselor, I'm a therapist, I'm going to prescribe this to you. It's going to help you. How did you, when a medicine man administers some kind of a medicine, they go over to where that medicine is at. They give it an offering. They talk to that plant. And they say, I have a patient over here with all these issues and problems. Here's an offering. I'm going to take you and I'm take it back. Then they fix it, and then through a ceremonial setting, they administer it. They administer it. It doesn't come out of a bottle, it doesn't come out of some packets or anything like that. Just enough. But the prayer is the one that gives it that spirit. It's talking to the spirit of that medicine. Can you imagine a therapist in Houston, Texas, or in San Francisco, California, and trying to talk to that capsule made out of ayahuasca and say, hey, I'm going to administer my therapy here. So what do you say? Dear ayahuasca, holy ayahuasca, I'm going to give you this two vials and 2 shots and 5 cc's of you into this person. It's mind-boggling. It's crazy. Understand that. Those of you that are trying to get into this realm of native medicines, understand that. Respect it and leave it alone is really what we're saying. Tomorrow there's going to be a presentation about examples of where therapists have tried to administer this. In Navajo, we call it Be'intitloho, Benapin. These medicine men are trained to know just enough to administer that. If they administer it without these protocols, all that, this thing will take off with them. There's no breaks, there's no way to bring it back. And there are numerous examples of patients by therapists who try to do this, and their patients are whacked out for life now. These are real life examples. But with medicine men, those that are trained, they know exactly what needs to be. If something, there's a side effect of it, then they already know what to do about it as well. So these are things that we're talking about. We're just not talking about something that is just not just medicine or protection and preservation, or we're not even talking about Native American church organizations either. Did you hear me say anything about any? No. People are making this into Native American church organization versus this Native American church organization versus, no, it's not even that. These are real issues that we have on the table here. And we need to begin to bring everybody together, especially the tribal leaders. We need to get this together. This is what I wanted to present. So again, as the slide says, this is our last stronghold. This is the last one that we have of our sovereignty. The last one we got. We can't let it go. And just let it wither away. Let's make a stand and save it and protect it and preserve it. Because we want this to be like that 100 years down the road, 150 years down over there. We all may not be here, but our children, those that are still here, they can still have that capability to administer this medicine, to use this medicine, to use these ceremonies, to help themselves, to help each other, relative to relative. And I thank you for your kind attention here today. I
want to thank Mr. Jones here for his good, encouragement and just kind of breaking it down on the legal lens, on the native lens here. And I know we have some tribal leaders statements of support. Tribal Leadership's Day, and I am not, I got messages, confirmation, Mr. Whiteman Jr. Okay. All right, well, Mr. Hart, I believe he's not here yet. I don't think so. Okay. All right, Mr. Whiteman Darwin, I just want to say thank you. You could come on up here, and he's the council man of the Mountain Ute Tribal Council. So I just want to say thank you, Darwin, for accepting, to be here. Just kind of mainly, you kind of know what's going on here within your state. And we, from day one, about 3-4 months now, we've been trying to touch base. So I thank you for your for being here. And I'll turn this time over here to you. And you got to hear mention what's kind of the reality of things here, not only here within Colorado, but nationwide here. So, and then I know too, within your council, you have also some ceremonial practitioners, some Native American church members, things like that. So this is our humble effort here. It's like our legal said that we don't have $1,000 for registration and do all these kind of things, and here we just, I know every one of these good relatives on this panel, they have a whole lot of heart, whole lot of good teachings and good ways, about each and every one of them. So that's why they made that effort to be here. So I'm going to thank them. So I'll turn this time over here to Mr. Darwin Whiteman Jr. So you can come make your way up here. So thank you very much. So let's give him a very round of applause here. Maybe he could share just a little bit encouragement, not trying to put him on a spot or anything like that, but just want to let him that mutual respect here come into their state here. Thank you. Thank you.
Just wanted to say good morning. Mike, Dewitskus, Nunania, Darwin Whiteman Jr. I'm one of the councilmen for the Ute Mountain Tribe, Toyota, Colorado. Good to be here. That's where my mom, she's from Toyota, Ute Mountain Tribe. My dad, he was Cheyenne from Oklahoma. from Hammond, Oklahoma. So relatives in Toyah and relatives in Oklahoma. My great-grandfather was at the signing when they signed Native American Church chapter, Calumet, Oklahoma, 1918. My great-grandfather was Frank Romanos, in Cheyenne. And my great-grandfather on my mom's side, he was the last chief of the Ute Mountain tribe, Chief Jack House. He's the one who opened the door for peyote among the Ute Mountain tribe. My grandfather, Thomas House, my mom's dad, he was the first Native American Church chapter president in 1948, Toyah. He just passed recently, 4 years ago. I've been a member of the Native American Church chapter organization for Ute Mountain Tribe for 30 years. I've been one of the officers during that time. I'm still the priest of our organization and also a member of the council. I'm the treasurer for the Ute Mountain Tribe right now on my second term. And good to be here. You know, we always, with not being in council, you see how everything moves in your life, when you was born, how you lived. And in my age group, I always hear, it's just how we live. We grew up in a ceremonial way. We did this, we did this. Today, it's different. You don't see as much as that anymore. When I was young, back in the 80s, everybody went peyote meetings. Everybody went to the Sundance. Everybody went to the Sweat. Everybody sing songs. There were past. It was just every day. Today, that's not the same anymore. Even our languages and our tribes, and everything's different. And that's what we look to secure. How do we make it more fruitful today as it was back then? I also conduct Native American church ceremonies. My late grandfather, Thomas House, I ran peyote meeting in Easter 5 years ago. There was just 5 of us in there. The other chapter officers went to the next state over, Utah. They had peyote meeting. It was during Easter at a chapter meeting. At that time, I was sitting in there getting started. And there was a knock at the door. It was my aunt. She said, my grandpa wants to come in, Thomas House. He was an elder man. He was 96 years old. So he came in, sit on that north side. And at that time, we got started at after midnight. We passed him that main smoke. My grandfather, as I knew him, he spoke Ute fluently all the time. At that time, he spoke English, and he told a story of this Native American church, how it came to our people. Before his time, when his dad and his grandfather were around, the Cheyenne people brought it out at that time, in the turn of the century. And in 1948, it became a chapter. We made a charter with the state of Colorado. We're the only tribe in Colorado that has a chapter through the state, a charter, that agreement. So as he spoke, he was the first president of our chapter in 1948. And at that time, they prayed because they had a new chapter. All the people that were signed on there, their officers, they're all gone, he said. They're all gone today, just me. But we prayed back then when I was a young man that we want to see this peyote continue. And today I see it. Today I'm an old man, I see that young men's in here conducting this ceremony. That's what my grandfather said. Now I know that that medicine, as we talk to it, they listen, and it's still here. And it's still carrying that way through the young people. And I want you to talk that way to that medicine. Whatever you want from that medicine, you talk to it. It will make its way. Everybody will have a storm of yes and no and all the doubts in the world. And all the ugly things will come and the tyrants. But this peyote will keep going. Long as you nourish it, nurture it, talk to it, and let it know that you're there, and it will do the same. Everybody knows the story of the medicine, not to get in the way. The medicine doesn't stop, it keeps going. And yes, people do get in the way. The medicine doesn't stop, it runs right over them. That's the way it is. Medicine continues. The people, when they mess around with things, it falls on them. It's the way it is in any ceremony. That's why the older people used to say that. Don't play around with this medicine. It's like that.
Yeah.
So we believe it. We carry who we can. So my grandfather at that time said, now I know. Now I know we've come this far with this medicine. Now I feel good now. Now I can continue on where I gotta go. So after our ceremony was never really looked at it like that until my grandpa said that. Months later he passed. And today, as I look at it now, where we're at is what he was talking about. All these things that are happening. But us, what we have, where we come from, our roots, mom, dad, or where they come from too. That's what we stand on today. And foundations are always there. And in laws, in writing, that's what I always say in our council meetings. There's a foundation of writing you stand on. Some stand on their constitutions of each tribe and their resolutions and their governance, what all that governance entails in writing. And that's what we reach to make things happen. And every time we do, we try our best. Well, I always ensure that to our council. Try your best from you. The tracks you leave is what the people see. Where you've been, even to when you did other things, people will always dig those up. As I always say, the burnt pot of beans. They used to say when they burned that pot of beans, oh, don't dig the bottom, just get it from the top. But I was crazy. I just think you need to stir it up. And that's what happens. When you stir them pot of beans up, that bad things come up. And that's where some of our tracks were. We weren't all good. We had to learn from somewhere. We had to know something. And we did it. And they used to tell us, oh, don't do that. Ah, we did it anyways. That's how life is. That's how we know, we learn. And today, where we're at with this, what we're looking at, our ceremonial ways, and this mescaline, this peyote, where it comes from. The life, the spirit to that. We talk to that to continue to let it know that we're there to help us to make that way. It's very, very powerful because it comes from the Creator Himself. The Creator made it along with everything else. All the plants, it comes from there. So today, as we look back, the laws that come in place, the propositions that are written, that are brought down, sometimes, as we say in the council part, some of the states, they don't talk to us ahead of time. They just make that whatever they're gonna do. And that's what we ask for, these consultations. We want to see them when it comes every day, everyday things, what it is. So we know ahead of time whether it affects us or not. But in the long run, anything always affects everybody. That's just the way it is. However, we gotta keep being together, standing together, making that way together. We're only as strong as our weakest link. That's the truth. So thank you for everybody being here and put everything together. And conference that you're coming from, you talked about the people that was there, the people that put up the conference too, everything that went in it, the behind the scenes people that put it together, the people you don't see, but you see what they done. And thank you to them and your prayers, all the way you were praying and everything that came together, the medicine, the teepees went up. The teepees themselves, the poles, the wood, the sage, the cedar, the fire, everything, the people that talked, the food, everything, what you done. Thank you. And us ourselves, we do the same. We have ceremonies where we'll come from. Or we'll go places to what ceremony they ask us to come over. Talk on their behalf. So thank you. Everything fall in order. Fall in order. Whatever it is, today there was a prayer. Thank you. Said the prayer, the song. Thank you. The purity songs. Thank you. They put us on track.
Yeah.
We need to be put on track sometimes. We forget. Not that we want to, but we forget. Sometimes we have a lot of things going in our life. What we're doing. Worries, things that are happening. These songs come and they put umbrella of goodness over us to let us feel good and open our eyes again. So with that, thank you. Good to be here. And come to an end. If I don't, we're going to keep talking all day. So thank you again, everybody being here. And when we leave, have a safe trip. When we're done, safe trip back home. And home, be good right now. So thank you.
So I want to thank Mr. Whiteman Jr. here. I want to say, okay, I know Mr. Hart here, he might be at the Energy. I haven't got a message here, but I really want to thank our councilman that made his way over here. And it's nice to know that what's kind of going on. It's not just our POD, it's not just, that Native American Church, it's all our ceremonies. We're collaborating, want that good protection for us, so.
Ako magantik, mo yung nestista. Maganigan etananas magutawino, katagiskaw e miyasika migwag. I want to say good morning to each and every one of you and greet you in the name of the Creator, for bringing us here. I come from Thunderchild First Nation, and I'm the chief back home, which is probably referred to as a tribal chairman, within the U.S. I'm an educator by trade, but I'm also an Oskapios. An Oskapios is a person who's a helper within the ceremonial circle. It's the go-to person to make sure that this and that is done, protocols, and what have you. And as an educator, my lifelong work is always with our young people and how we connect to them. How are they involved? Because the strength of our nationhood is the strength of our young people. And if they're not strong, if they don't know who they are, where they come from, well, what chance do we have going forward? Because they are the keepers. They are the ones to learn and to keep our tradition, our stories alive. So when we're talking about sovereignty, and we're talking about our inherent right, do our kids understand that? Are we teaching that within our schools? We just changed our whole education system around in my community, in my nation. One that is not based on a colonial system. One that is based on who are we? Awinomnia, who am I? And what are our teachings from Thunderchild? Not from other communities, but how did we do things in Thunderchild?
Yeah.
What's our language? What's our history? What is it? What's the purpose? Academics is nothing. It's easy. Academics is easy for our kids and our people to get, grasp, and understand. Only if they understand the purpose. Why am I going to school? The why is what's key. Many times our children are just told to go to school to get an education. But it's not related back to nationhood. It's not related back to understanding their purpose. And because they don't understand their purpose, many of them, they get their education, they get their degree, and we lose them. They don't come back to pay homage and to appreciate the education that they got, why, and for what their purpose is. So how do we relate it back? Back in the years, if you know how the Western education was developed, it was developed by men at Boston University. And we were told and forced to take this education. And many of our people struggled as they were forced to conform. But if you really study that education system, and I'm a product of it, I got my Bachelor of Education, my Bachelor of Arts, and my Master's in Education for the white world, because they respect the paper. In my world, they don't care how educated you are, but do you understand the ceremony? Do you understand that education? What level are you within that education? Because within our ceremonies is our governance structure. And within our ceremonies is our constitution. And if we don't understand the basics of that, then what chance do we have to understand what our duty is and what our obligation is going forward? Many people think that just because we're native, that we have a right to do what we do. We have a right to sit in the lodge. We have a right to go there because we're native. We have no rights. You don't have a right to do that. What you have is a duty to do that. There's a difference between your right and your duty. And the elders taught us that back home. You have a duty to know and to understand and to pass it on. That's your duty for sitting here. You have a duty to learn the songs. You have a duty to learn the protocols. It's not because you're native, right? You got to understand. And that's, to me, the foundation of what's happening. Without land, there's no spirituality. As they did here and as they did back home, they tried to take the Indian out of the child. Be it residential school, be it the 60 scoop, be it whatever you have. But they didn't succeed. Why? Because of prayer, because of ceremony, because of our strength. Because rooted within our spirituality is our connection to our ancestors.
Oh.
And it's through our ancestors where we get our strength. But our strength will only be as strong as our understanding of our past. We can't increase, we say, you can't take shortcuts to get to where you want to get. Because there's a path, there's a trail that's been set for us. And it's up for us to be able to identify, to see it. And if you see it and you're able to identify it, you know where you're going. But it's discipline. Right? It's discipline. Let's be honest. We have a lot of our people who are sellouts. Right? We got to talk about the truth as well. A lot of our people, right? Who brought the cavalry to our great leaders? Right? Those people still exist. Right? But we're too kind. Right? Our elders back home, they talk about kiksewatsun. In Cree we say kiksewatsun, which is your kindness. And they tell us, be kind to one another. But our elders also say, be careful. Because people will take advantage of your kindness to where it will hurt you and can even kill you. Because our people, and not only our people, will take as much as they can, as long as you're giving. So how do you protect yourself? It's through understanding. It's through knowing. I didn't come here to preach.
No.
But this is something that we're working on back home. What I talk about, I'm far from understanding. Even within our education system, we tell our kids, we need you, in Cree we say, inisun. Inisun. Which is mind and feeling. That's not who we are. Our elders tell us, in stuhtamaw. See, inisun is two things. Mind, feeling. In stuhtamaw is three things. Mind, spirit, body. And once you understand these, then the fourth comes, which is ceremony. It's important for our kids to understand. We're not asking our kids, and nor are we educating them to be competitive amongst each other. We're asking them to understand each other, to understand themselves first, and to understand each other after. Because our families aren't getting along. Our extended families and our communities aren't getting along. But here we are doing the work that we're doing here today, knowing that our families are broken. But it's important work. Right? And I heard earlier, and I've heard it in the Sundance Lodge, I've heard elders call out other elders on the abuse of that individual or those individuals abusing their gift from the Creator when they're doctoring others. The abuse of our medicines. and how that's related to our nationhood. The attack on what we're talking about, peyote, is an attack on our nationhood. Because we believe, right? We all believe in wakutuin, relationship. That we are related. We're related to the animals, we're related to the plants, we're related. Kake wagutaba. I was sharing earlier with my sister Tuki. I said the braid of sweetgrass. When you look at the braid of sweetgrass, what does that represent? It represents, if you look at the body, if you look at the body and how on this side how it's braided, your muscles come like this, right? That's the sweetgrass. It's exactly what the sweetgrass is about. And when you look at the berries, nihumna, right? Which is, in Cree we'd say bloodberries. Every one of these berries had a function within our systems. Every one of them. My point is that every plant, there's a story.
Yeah.
And it relates back to who we are and how we've used it. So I just want to say that I'm honored, to have been asked by my brother Poncho to come here. And it's tough. In my community, when we changed our education system around from 10 months to 12, we lost 34 students to the town. Because there are many people out there that believe white is right. They don't want to believe in who they are and understand who they are. But we have to stand for something. As Native people, we have to defend something. And we have to defend our nationhood. We have to defend who we are. So when the parents came to me and go, well, we don't smudge. And my kids aren't going to be part of the smudging if they're smudging going to be in the classroom. Send them to Turtleford. And I got called Trump. You're dictating again. Well, whatever. I have to stand for something. I have to defend something. So I'd rather be kicked around for doing that than doing nothing.
Yeah.
Right? So when I see the important work that is going on here today, it may seem like a mountain that we're climbing, but through prayer, through ceremony, we're going to get there. But I call on the leadership within all the tribes here within the U.S., even us. I have no problem championing, bringing leaders together in Canada. I have no problem doing that. And there are those that have been involved in this process already. Ron Lehman and others. I believe in ceremony. Because by attacking this, they're attacking that, they're going to attack that. And when does it stop? Our leaders need to appreciate and they need to understand. And I'm not putting them down because we're all busy. But we need to understand where we come from and what our nationhood stands on, which is our spirituality, which is our connection to land, which is connection to the plants, to the animals. What's next? If we're not going to defend this, and we're not going to stand up and be loud about it, what's next?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I extend my appreciation to each and every one of you. No. And I know that everybody's hungry, and I no way would I ever stand in the way of a person and food. So, to Pancho, to your team here, I think this is timely. I think it needs to happen. There's a lot that goes into people that are strategizing to affect, the positive that comes out of this. But at the end of the day, we know, our leadership need to know, and any way I can help, I extend my hand out. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the good words, Chief Albert. So I'll leave it up to you. I know, okay. We'll go with one more, and then we'll put a comma there, and then we'll kind of get something here. So we'll go on down to our, I just want to say thank you to the tribal leaders. Once again, I know they was over there in DC at the summit, and also representing the Navajo Nation Council. So we'll go on down to Shauna Ann Claw, Council Delegate, Navajo Nation Council. So let's give her a good round of applause, or Lulu.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone, and to my relatives, Yate. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I'm the council delegate representing Chin Lee. Out of the Navajo Nation, we have 110 chapters, and my community is one of the largest 3. So I represent a community of over 4,000 voters, and I also sit on a governing board with Chile Unified School District, which is a public school. So my duties do run deep within the Navajo Nation. But I want to thank you here for being here today, and then also for your leadership and your advocacy, for you taking a stand today, especially amidst all of the challenges that are facing all of Indian country. I was here since Monday. I attended the Department of Interior's Energy Summit Conference, and I did see some of the things that were happening. One of them is that people are still looking to our lands to develop and to conquer. And part of that, as you heard, is tied into our tribal sovereignty. So we talked about some of the traumas that have happened on our indigenous lands. And since then, it has not let up. So we, as tribal council members, I'm very proud to serve with 9 women on the Navajo Nation Council. Our council has been here for over 100 years now. And it has taken 100 years for our people to see women as leaders. Part of that, I think, comes from the healing that needed to happen. When COVID happened, it took many of our elders away from us. We saw the depletion of our language, our culture, our ceremonies, and our religious rites. Now we have to look forward to our children. And that's when many of the women folk in here, such as Honorable Jermaine Simonson, Shema, way in the back, and then Shanella, Honorable Yazi sits here with me. So we as women, we serve on the Navajo Nation Council. And as I was listening to the presentations made here today, I realized, the stark reality that we have a timeline before us. So looking and thinking about the Controlled Substance Act, and this being a Schedule 1 with peyote and mescaline, I didn't realize that this was coming before action in 2026. And I was sitting there with my colleague, and we were talking, and I said, wow, Navajo Nation sure does have a ticking time bomb on our hands. First is, to defend our religious rights. And then second is to move our nation forward in economic development, and also to use our ARPA funds to invest it not only for this generation, but for future generations. And so being here today, it is with a great honor that I see many tribal leaders here today. The statements that you make here today will linger for those generations, and you are creating that legacy here today. One of the things that was brought up was the Navajo Nation Council did have a legislation, and one of that was to incorporate the decriminalization of peyote and mescaline. During that time, I can say that I actually did vote to table the legislation because we had two parties that came before us. And as we're talking about, what we want to see, how we want to prosper as a people, it's very sad to see that we have a conquer and divide theory still happening among our people. So with this, 1 year ago, we were able to testify and to speak on the Senate of Indian Affairs. During that time, we spoke on the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. And it was only until then that I myself was fully educated and comprehended this journey of saving our religious freedom. So during that time, we have been talking and attending these symposiums and looking towards others to really push that education. We have viewers that are looking online through social media. They're watching and they're learning, just as we are here in this conference room. So many of our people still do not understand, and that has been a long war with the United States government. They've always infiltrated our thoughts, our ideas, and now our prayers. So it is up to us. And I, as a tribal leader of the Navajo Nation, as a mother of children and grandchildren, I do want to make a stand, and I do want to commit to helping our people. I was sitting there thinking about strategy. We do have a legislation still on the Navajo Nation Council. All it needs is for one of us, myself, to co-sponsor, to put it back in queue, and to present to other Navajo Nation Council members. Again, eloquently stated, this is not about Native American church. This is a bigger and broader context of our inherent tribal sovereignty. So I want to thank all of those in attendance today for being here and for sharing your heart, your soul, and your mind. Because through that, you are resilient. You are sharing the knowledge of your forefathers and your mothers and generations previous. And we are correct. We do not need scientific study to tell us that we are a people. We've been here for time immemorial. And with that, we are here to stay. And that's what we need to do, is to advocate to our federal partners. As legislators, that is our duty here. We advocate. Many times out of the month, maybe 1 or twice a month, we're always in Washington, D.C. So it will take advocacy. It will take interaction with federal partners like the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, to talk to them and to advocate to them that there are legislations that are being passed. There are proclamations from other American Indian, and I do agree there is that debate with Indigenous. How we use those words, because there is a legal framework to this as well. They will use our own words against us. So we have to craft it very carefully and align it to federal regulations. And that's what I see as a legislator. Those are some of the challenges that we face daily. As a mother, I have 4 sons that are active duty, and that just brings me great pride knowing that we still have our sons and daughters serving this country who defend the First Amendment. And so to me, that is precious. And I do not take that lightly.
Yeah.
So I want to thank our veterans, those who have served, our chairmen, our chairwomen, our council members, for leading your life as a public servant. It is very tiring. And also, I want to thank our medicine people. We have many esteemed medicine people here in the room today, and many of them still carry on that journey that they make. Last week at the National Convention, I know there were many elders over 99 years old or 90 years old that travel and made that trek because they believe in that with their whole entire being, that we are here, dwellers of Mother Earth. They continue to lay that pilgrimage so that they can protect, preserve our identity as American Indian, or either as, in our case, Diné. So to me, I'm very, thankful. It gives me great humility to stand here before you. And again, I just want to say thank you. And I look forward to our panel discussions this afternoon. So thank you again and have a wonderful day. Ahead.
So I want to thank Ms. Claw here for her good encouragement, some good strategy, and some good idea on how to go about being a champion for a really a good sponsor here within the Navajo Nation, because we all know Navajo Nation has the most members, and it's like like kind of, you guys have the ball now, kind of like, and we want you all to slam dunk it. I guess then after that, that vibe and feeling and energy, and it's gonna make a little, rest of the NAC folks, a little peace of mind, and a little mindset to know that, it's gonna be really nice and real good for all of us. So it's not just NAC, peyote, it's all our ceremonies, all our medicines, traditional foods, sacred sites, and language. So, so at this time, Jermaine Simonson, Council Delegate, Navajo Nation Council, I want to thank her very much. This delegate here, she also prayed along with us at one of the summits in DC. I want to thank her and her husband there. So a good support and some always good words. So I'll turn this time over to you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, ado yat etnena which all just ado attention that osam sto ado kadosh that Jermaine Simonson dashjne ado chishidne and shadot kazana bashchin sadashki dashnaldo that ya ani edashche adon le say haskay back it hasana zerpan hachkosh da hasne kaya kodaholia ado zisn sa da olia when nanjko ajko kehunsten koho adeo zhijin ka de nahania koho ben adana na ado which ade belin snani tahdi ajdo nigal iliado le Albuquerque do kiltahdi binda koho ade it asho kado hashin tsogo sad beshichi yajelti kode kode zil bigachni ash kwatso dazindil nil do kwatradin de dinis ado ado todo tanle shin yesi betahli no ade benatra padanit ajle ado kode sad behadit zigi do kwagi Shin Janal not cakes in the dosha Janal ko ba hens ba hele Belginani Potego Huns and Doha Hagiago ko o habit dishi Belginani. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this beautiful day here in our in Colorado. Although I appreciate everyone who's made that journey here today. Somebody who was the gentleman from Oklahoma here, one of the gentlemen that spoke initially. So I was, looking and doing a little bit more digging into the work that we're doing here today. And it really started back in 1913. And it was really by the tribes in Oklahoma because the federal government was trying to do away with, their whole goal has been to Christianize us, right? And so to try to do away with any ceremony and with any medicine use, that has been the goal. And the Oklahoma state and their leaders, congressional leaders, were very much adamant about doing away with these things. But it was the people, the native people in Oklahoma, back in 1913. So if you think about it, it's been 80, 90 years of more and more that this work has been coming in. And our people then, and what they realized then is one of their goals was, and what their ideas was, we're going to use this thing they call democracy. And that is, we have a right to be heard and we have to tell our story. And so when I'm doing this and I'm listening to our own Navajo people, and unfortunately, I heard from one of our Navajo people that you shouldn't politicize this. This is not about, it is not about Democrats or Republicans. Well, unfortunately, it very much is. And so when I look at the history and when I hear, and I mentioned at the last time that we were in DC, I have an aunt in Shipijigo. She worked in the Department of Interior under Senaway for 30 years. She spent in DC, and she was there through all of the time that amendments were being made in 93, 94, 95. So she should be the one standing here talking to you, because I've heard her she's not made it into an actual presentation format, but I think how great it would be if she could, because then she could share with you that journey, what was happening in DC at the time that these amendments were made, and there were some enforcements that were brought into the AIR, the ARPA. And so she has pictures too. And so they're beautiful pictures. She captured a time and a place when many tribal nations came together. It wasn't just Navajo. She said it was it was a pan-Indian effort, along with churches. There were churches that came. And so, and the other piece to this was that she said you had federal judges who were sympathetic to Native American people. They knew American Indian law. They knew Indian law. And so they were well-versed in their Indian laws. And then you also had agencies that came to the table that were supportive. So when you think about the ingredients and what all made this possible, it was all of those things, plus the people and their letter writing efforts. As far as I know, we have not led a letter writing effort by our people. That's not just for this. That's in regards to anything that impacts us on the federal level. And so coming from my aunt who's worked there for 30 years, these letters are logged in. When they get to your congressional offices, these letters are logged in. If you can get 200 or more letters, they are then asking questions of their departments and their agencies. What is happening with this issue? Because we are getting a lot of comments on this. So that's one of the things that, as you're listening, those of you listening on social media, we need to get back to that letter writing campaign. There's a lot of issues impacting us at a federal level that we need to get back on that letter writing campaign. One of the big fights happening now, and we as Native people should be watching it closely and really be aligning and offering prayer, is to our relatives at San Carlos Apache, the Save Oak Flats and the Save Oak Flats. And that is really a war on religious freedom. So if you can look up that plight, and you can look up Winslow Nosey and his family and what they're trying to do there. So their mining company wants to come in. They want to do copper mining. And the place that they are protecting is a little bit bigger than the size of this room. It's a natural pool that sits there. And the story for their tribe there is that the young women, they have kinalta, just like our tribe in Navajo, the coming of age ceremony for women. So they have a ceremony for their girls. And when those girls, and they put, throughout the dance, they bless them with a yellow pollen. It's not corn pollen, it's a different pollen. So they bless her with that throughout the days. And when she's done and she's, reached the time of, when she's done being reverent, that is that pool of water that she goes to rinse herself off, to wash herself. And that's something that they've done for as long as they have been there. And now they're going to get ready to dig up that site, and they're going to, I think it's going to go down into the ground at least 1 football length size. And so that's a real issue at hand today. And we really need to be, as Indian tribes, we should be watching that, because whatever happens there is going to have an impact on all of us and our religious freedoms. So so several things that I want to mention. I really appreciated the gentleman here this morning or earlier who talked about our own governance. And I think about, I've been able to be around tribes, various tribes, and, their teachings and their culture and their language and their ceremonies. And it brings me back to thinking about our Lakota people, and when they say that the buffalo is our governance. The buffalo is our governance. And so, and then you think about the buffalo and, what it provides for these Native people, and then when they go and follow these buffalo, that is their governance. And here today we're saying the same thing, that this ceremony, this way of life is our governance, and first and foremost. And so I really appreciate my brother here saying to us that we already had a governance. Us as Diné people, when I ran for a council delegate in Navajo, we say shinant, we say that to one another. So there are several medicine people who basically said to me, Neeto, not ani shlito the din nishta. Don't ever say that you're a not ani, because then the original not anis are the mountains, he said. They're the first. They come first. So your mountains and all the elements, and then your medicine people, and then there's you. So in that order, you need to have respect, and you need to think about our people in that way. So those are just some things that are guiding the work that we're doing, that I'm doing, that really guide me as a council delegate serving on tribal council and working with the people. I do sit on the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. I was in DC 2 weeks ago, had a chance to meet with IHS leadership, as well as some of our legal folks. And I did bring up 2 issues to them, and this is just, something for you to know. Indian Health Service, IHS, recently, about a year or more ago, and it's been years in the making, is that they wanted to be able to provide traditional medicine through IHS, through the hospitals. And then that it would be like a doctor, and it would be reimbursable. So when I did talk to IHS folks, the administrators, and what was a possibility that maybe peyote could be, what does that look like? I said, is peyote, will that be included? And basically it was a very quick What do you think? Yes or no? Who said no? It was a very quick no. Again, the federal government, does still in some ways say it is a drug. And also somebody alluded to earlier, administering this medicine and who would be liable for it. That was the issue. That's the issue. So basically, I just said that that's something that they would not be able to do because they don't know, the administering piece and how much would you be able to prescribe and that who would be liable if something happened. So that was a real risk that they thought that was there. And so the other thing that, just talking with our legal counsel and really taking a look at what the political climate, because we do have to keep our eye on the political climate. It is very Republican. They are very much about, this is back to the Christian state again. So I guess you could think of it one of two ways. One thought was, this might be a good time to talk about enforcement because this is a group of people that is really trying to make sure that nobody uses drugs. So if you can follow me on that, it sounds a bit interesting, but it sounds like you use their way of thinking, which they have this negative, perception, and you kind of just run with that and say, okay, well, enforce it then. And I don't know, they might say, yes, let's do that, and that's a good idea. We don't want anybody else, to be taking drugs. So that could be one way to look at it. And that was something that was a comment from some of our legal people that are, working closely with the various agencies in DC. So we did, when I was there, I did let our outside legal counsel there know, and as well as he also serves as NACNA's, I believe, legal counsel, Mr. Gregory Smith, had a meeting with him at his office. And he did talk about, getting to some of the agencies and how we could set up some consultations. So that was something that I was able to do 2 weeks ago. So I think one of the things that we're waiting for and getting confirmation on is with these agencies, there still haven't been some confirmations of the higher ups. So like, for example, the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, it's Asia, as we refer to, who sits under Secretary of Indian Affairs. He or she still hasn't been confirmed. So we're waiting for some of those confirmations in some of these offices. So once we see that everybody's in place, that would be a good time to start asking for these consultations. And so we also recently, with the Health Education Human Service Committee, I know that some of the groups are concerned about the Colorado Naturopathic Health Act, and I think that's something that we're going to have to be keeping our eye on across all states to see what kind of naturopathic health medicine, however way they're going to call it. We are going to have to look at some of those things that they're doing in the state so that we make sure that the peyote and the medicine is protected. So everyone has to just keep their eyes and ears open, depending on what state you live in. Colorado does have one. So we recently had a staff attorney who's actually from here. I believe she lives in Boulder, Colorado, and we have her on our she's our legal counsel for our Health Education Human Service Committee. So I've asked her to look into that, and that came out of when one of the groups came before the Health Education Human Service Committee. So that was the Mr. Frank Dayish and his group, the Peyote Coalition. They came before our committee and where they brought forward some concerns. So we are working on some of these things. I think mainly what they're asking for is consultation so we can start speaking with these agencies. But it is really important that a lot of times they all need to be educated and re-educated. As you know, with administrations, there are new people coming in, constant new people. And so as delegates, that is our job, is to come to DC and constantly tell these stories and share these and remind them that there are laws that protect our way of life and the things that we do. So there are many more things that we could talk about, but I know you're all probably looking forward to lunch, and I think you're going to be asking Ms. Delegate Yazzie to go again next. So I'll stop right here and we'll talk some more later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, shit's on, but that's all cut.
Want to thank for the good words and the kind of updates of where we're going as Indian tribes here. So we'll go down here. This is Yazzie. Then after that, you can't bring food in here, and then every little thing adds up. So we had on the heart here. We appreciate all you being here. So after Ms. Yazzie gets done here, we'll take everyone for lunch. Chili's, just a mile down the road, so FYI. Okay, Mrs. Yazzie, Council Delegate, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I just want to say thank you also for allowing us to be here in your tribal territories. For those of you that came far or came near to be here to listen and get motivated, the motivation. So my motivation is, I wrote a poem. It's about, enforcement, consultation, protection of our sacred sites and ceremonies. So if peyote could talk, could speak, it might say, I'm not your trip, I'm your teacher. I don't belong in a capsule, in clinics, or for curiosity. I belong in prayer, in the circle with you, in a song. I came to your ancestors in the desert, not for profit, but for protection. Protect me as I have protected you. And so we could apply that also to, what if sweetgrass could speak? What if our corn pollen could speak? What if our sage could speak? And what if, different roots that you use in ceremonies could also speak? What would they say to us? Yeah. And there's many things that, at the federal level, we could also be looking to change, amend. And so with the ARFA, we could create rights of action, allowing the tribes and individuals to challenge violations in court. There's probably a way to tie directly the Religious Freedom Restoration Act with the ARFA. How do we do that? We could mandate tribal consultation and consent and introduce penalties when agencies violate this consultation or proceed without it. When we talk about protecting our sacred sites with legal weight, we could require agencies to adopt site-specific management plans crafted jointly with the tribes. Recognize tribal sovereignty enforcement. How do we allow tribes to be enforcers on federal lands with meaningful authority? We could safeguard our cultural intellectual property, requiring prior informed consent and equitable benefit sharing when external entities wish to use our traditional materials or knowledge. Or, as we also heard, we could say no to those. But we have to also be at the table, and we have to think about how we're going to do this. We could look at, is there federal support or oversight? Could we be asking for funding for sacred site documentation or protection? Tribal capacity building for consultation or cultural defense? We could clarify controlled substance exemptions. And these all matter because we're protecting our ceremonies, we're going to honor our sovereignty and preserve our spiritual pathways. And so these are some of the things I'm thinking about as a delegate. And I'm always thankful to travel with the two women, the other delegates, because we do talk about this. You know, at the end of the day, when we've heard everybody speak, we talk with one another, we share ideas, and you know, we talk about strategies. When we go home, how are we going to do this? How do we implement this? And so that's what we talk about. And so I'm really looking forward to how we're going to talk together, and we have to really move into action. That has to happen now. And I feel like sometimes as a new delegate, it did take me 2 years to figure this out. And, you know, but I know the path that we're going to go, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to move fast. If you're ready to move fast, because this administration is moving very, very fast. So I just want to say thank you for giving me the time to speak, and I look forward to talking with you. Yeah.
I wanted to thank Sis Yazi there for her poem. It was really, my kids would say fire. My kids would are those emoji, that little fire thing. But anyways, so we'll kind of break for lunch here. So when we come back, we'll have the importance of tribal coalition to protect and preserve our sacred medicines and ceremonies. We have a CEO here, First Tribal Consulting, Mr. Steve Point there. And then after that will be our ladies, our women folk panel. So that's going to be really nice. I know they have some good topics here. The roles of women healers and leaders in the protection and preservation of our ceremonies and medicines. So we'll put a comma here, and it's just a mile down the road. Chili's, I don't know.
They said the Arikaras were already there. So on my dad's side and on my mom's side, that's how far along when we came out of the earth, they were together. That's how far back it was. Not 100 years. It's thousands of years. That's way up by the Gulf of Mexico. That means my Mandan people were at the Gulf of Mexico. According to the creation story of the Arikara, we came from South America. And so my people, they migrated from South America through the jungles, through the mountains, and inside of our bundles, we have all of those bird heads. We have all of those things, and they tell these stories. And me and my mom were working on books and a curriculum and a theoretical framework for our Arikara people. That's what we've been working on for a couple of years. I'm an educator, and my people asked me to put this stuff, and it's all been out there. But we're going to put it together so our younger people will have it. Yeah. So another thing I wanted, so why is that important? So if we're saying when we ascended, well, first we descended from the stars, and then they say there was a flood. So we ascended a couple times out of the earth. They said there was a time that there was giants, and a lot of our creation stories have these stories, and those giants were human too. And they say, though they thought that they knew more than the Creator, they were really arrogant. They thought that they knew more than the Creator. And so the Creator said that He was gonna send a flood. But He took some of those human beings that were listening, and He made them into seeds. And He sent down Mother Corn, and He put them in the earth. And later on, He sent Mother Corn, and the animal powers and the plant powers, and we came out of the earth, and they helped us. We all worked together. Mother Corn's voice, she brought us out, along with the animal powers and along with the plants. So our relationship of communication, we're plants. We were seeds in the ground. That's how long back it goes. Not just a couple of years ago. This is from the beginning of time. Our Indian people, how we were seeds in the earth. And there were people that weren't listening. There were people that were being disrespectful to the Creator, and He took care of that. So are we going to learn our lesson? And this is to the human family. Are we going to learn from what happened in the past? That don't think you're better. Don't think you know more than the Creator. There are natural laws that everybody was talking about today. There are natural laws, and they will make you behave yourself. And this medicine is very powerful. It helped me. This is my grandpa. And it would just be like if somebody took your grandpa, they took him to a science lab, and they cut him up, took his blood, they took his heart, took his legs, they took all these different pieces. Said, oh, we just want this piece right here. It hurts your feelings. It hurts my feelings.
Yeah.
And another part, I had a lot of uncles and dads that guided me. My Uncle Brian Brady, my dad, Malcolm Birgash, Malcolm Wolf. They talked to me when I was a little girl, and they prayed for me. And when you go inside of these ceremonies, it all goes together because we make a relationship with nature and with the elements. The water, the earth, the fire, and the wind. It's all in there. And this medicine goes with that. The cedar goes with that. When you have the medicine and you're partaking the medicine, our leaders were taught at a certain time if something happens, you take that cedar and you can clean it off and you fix things up for us. And there's certain words and how you say them in our different languages and how we made that relationship with that medicine long time ago. So this is how long we've had this relationship with this medicine. And it's in all of our creation stories. And they have writings on the walls in Texas. And we've heard about that. We've been listening to what happened over in Wisconsin. Me and my sons, as we were driving, we were listening to that before too. So we were listening to the different speakers. And they, Philip Whiteman, the theoretical framework of how we think, and some of the other elders that were talking, say, Mazagirat, thank you. But these are some of the thoughts that I had about these things. And going back to my grandpa forebears, my Mandan people, they really, really took in the Mashis, the white people. But at the end, they brought smallpox and they gave the vaccinations to all the tribes around us, but they didn't give it to us. At the end, there was only like 87 Mandan people left. And my grandpa, forebears, he had smallpox, and the day he passed away, there's a famous speech that he said, they have deceived me. Those whom I considered as my brothers have proved my bitter enemies. I have been in many battles and often wounded, but the wounds I've received from my enemies in glory today. Today I am wounded by whom? By those dogs of the white that I considered my friends. I do not fear death. You all know, my friends, but to see my face so disfigured that the wolves, when they see me, would coil in horror and say to themselves, this is forebears, a friend of the white man, is past all endurance. So my grandpas, they warned us. They warned us how the other people are in this world and to protect ourselves. So with that, I just wanted to say about that much. I hope you do it.
Thank you.
I want to thank our sister here and for her expressions and then making some clarification. I know every tribe has a unique way of, making expressions. stories, creation stories. I want to welcome Peyote Way of Life. I want to welcome you all. I've seen some members come in. Thank you all. We just got back from lunch. So thank you all for this good fight together as one. To Mr. Daesh, thank you all for being here. We have a sign-up sheet here too, relatives. So we're gonna go down to our next one here. But before I do that, I just want to share a few more inside some notes that we've been kind of gathering. So this has been since all these many years we've been kind of gathering stuff, information. So why we're here, why we're having a symposium, while we're all here at Denver, we're trying to, we all know what's happening here. Same time, our sacred medicine's on the line, with the legislation bill here, Proposition 122. But just kind of shining light on some of the stuff that I've been gathering, along with some of the relatives, putting everything together, brainstorming. Okay, there's some topics here. Number 1, protect our sacred medicines, not for profit. These aren't just herbs and plants to us, they're living beings, part of our ceremonies, part of who we are. They've been carried through generations with care and sacred responsibility. You want to turn our healing ways into business plans. That's not how it works. What was given in prayer should never be exploited for monetary gain or personal fame. These medicines must stay with the people who know them, love them, honor them. Number 2, hands off our healing. Sacred medicine is not for sale. You can't buy healing. You can't package it, brand it, or sell it at some Pan-American hippie festival. Our ways are tied to songs, to Mother Earth, to ceremony, not to markets. Outsiders are trying to sell what they don't understand, only bringing harm. They strip the sacred out and call it medicine, but it's hollow and empty. Our healing is rooted in the community and spirit. It belongs in the circle, not stored in a cool, dry place like a medicine cabinet. Number 3, honor our medicine, respect our rights. You want to show respect, then start by listening and engaging with those who really know. This medicine doesn't belong to everyone. It belongs to the people who prayed with it, danced for it, sacrificed to protect it. We've kept it alive through colonization, through arrest, through misunderstanding. We have the right to say how it's used and who it's used by. That's sovereignty. That's respect. Anything less is just another form of taking. Number 4, sacred, not synthetic. Defend indigenous medicine. Defend native. Myself, like I said earlier, I don't really kind of savvy the indigenous word. Kind of reminds me of like an everything word. But anyways, you can't synthesize spirit. You can recreate chemicals, but not ceremony. Not the way our elders gathered it, prayed over it, teach it. That's not in the lab. That's in the firelight. The stories, the songs we've been singing for hundreds of years. Turning our medicine into a product erases everything that gives its power. It's not just wrong, it's dangerous. What they make in factories isn't ours. It never was and it never will be. Number 5, stop the theft. Protect native healing from big pharma. This isn't new. Companies have been stealing from native people for a long time, knowledge, land, culture, and now our medicine. Then copy it, try to patent it, and sell it back to the world as if they discovered something. But they didn't, they stole it. What they call innovation is just repackaged theft. And our ceremonies, our medicine, that don't belong in a bottle with a barcode. They belong with our people. Okay, last one, number 6. Our medicine, our way, protects our native knowledge. We don't write this stuff in books. Our knowledge lives in our elders, in the way we gather medicine, in the way we talk to it. It's handed down by voice, by example, not by data. And when people take that knowledge without understanding the roots, they break something. They treat it like information instead of wisdom. What we carry isn't meant to be shared without permission. It's not for the internet, it's not for the research papers, it's for our people, and it has to stay that way. So I just kind of wanted to shine light on that, just kind of remind ourselves. And because I know each and every one of you have some good philosophy, some good etiquette that we could share. And I know one day it's all going to come together. So what we're doing here is we're establishing a congressional record, documentation of all. I know across town, like you said, they're kind of influencing these pharmaceuticals. They're big funders. Big pharma, mainstream interest. And they're trying to bring up stuff that wasn't even legitimate. But that's another symposium we could talk about. But we ain't here to be talking about anybody or trying to put anybody on blast or any type of way. That's not our whole intention here. Our whole intention is we're sharing you what the reality is. And what, I don't know how much documentation we can be shared. We got a lot of good stuff here that we could share along with different organizations. I know Beauty Way of Life are very instrumental in helping, so I know you guys want to hear the lady folks here, so I'm going to put a comma there. So I'm going to go down here. Thank you, Jennifer, sister, for the good words. I'm going to go down here to my beautiful wife here, Rebecca Brady. I know she has a few thousand words she wants to say, but so I'm really glad and happy we utilize that tobacco to everyone here. So I just want to say thank you for accepting that, and we want that good spirit, symposium spirit, that good spirit upon all of us to be here to help us along. So thank you.
I'd just like to say good afternoon to each and every one of you. I hope you guys enjoyed your wonderful lunch and back at it here. So I just want to say thank you to our Native American Church in North America, the officers and our attorney, our brother Justin here, for having this symposium for each and every one of us to gain strength and to gain more knowledge and to help each other, do the best that we can to continue on to try to protect our way of life and this medicine for our generations to come, our children, our grandchildren. So like Pancho said, my name is Rebecca Brady. I'm originally from Pawnee, Oklahoma, and I'm many tribes. As I was young, everyone used to say, geez, you're like Heinz 57. And after I thought about it, I'm like, are you making in front of me because I'm so many tribes or what? But you know what? I'm proud of each and every one of them. My dad is Cheyenne, Kiowa, Apache, Tonkawa, and my mom's Sac and Fox, Meskwaki, Pawnee, and Oto. So I'm blessed the way I look at it, all the tribes that I represent. And most of all, I'm representing as a mother and a grandmother. I'm blessed with children and grandchildren. So I'm really thankful to be here today and have this opportunity to speak a little bit about first of all, I just wanted to mention, the blessing that we all have. God put something, the Creator God put something in our hearts and in our minds to carry on to do something good for the next generations. And that's why we're all here. We're all blessed in different ways. We're all given blessings in different ways. That's why we're all different tribes. That's why we're all different heights. Different thing, because God loves a variety. And even in our ceremonial ways, we can all pray, in a Sundance setting, in a sweat setting, Native American church, however it is, that you pray to keep yourself and your spiritual foundation going. That's what this is all about. Having a spiritual foundation for ourselves and our children and keeping on the ways that were taught to us going. You know, I have I was thinking about it, and I was blessed to have a grandmother and a great-grandmother that lived until they were 90 and 88 years old. And my great-grandmother was a full-blood Oto, and she taught us a lot, and us great-grandchildren was with her a lot. And any time that anybody didn't feel good, she didn't go grab the Tylenol, you know, or she didn't go to IHS. She depended on our ways. She depended on our medicines. She depended on the Holy Evergreen, you know, to uplift our spirit, to make us feel better. You know, and I was thinking about that. That's what we got to keep going as mothers, and the strength and the power of our families. You know, we're the backbone, like I heard mentioned before, of our families. And our teachings from our grandmothers, we got to keep that going, because when we bring in that water in the morning time, or if we're like our awesome women here that are on the council, they're speaking on behalf of all of us. They're representing all motherhood when we take these times and these opportunities to teach, you know, and speak up and stand for our people. So with that, you know, I was just wanting to talk about my grandmother. Her name is Minnie Saunders Peters. And the first time I ever brought water in, I was 12 years old, and it was for my grandpa, Joe Bassett. And I was really nervous, you know, and I was like, oh, Mom, you know, Grandpa has all kind of grandchildren, granddaughters that, you know, he could call on. She said, well, he called on you for a reason, you know, so do your best. That's all you can do, is do your best. And we have to remember that in life. That's all we can do, is do our best and try to get people to acknowledge what's going on here today, in this day and now, of stripping more away from us, you know. And so when my grandma was telling me, you know, how to sit there and present yourself, and to dress and to talk and remember what you're there for, everything like that, that's just how life is, and how we should remember what this Holy Sacrament means to us and what it does for us. And God gave it to us for a reason. When it was found, and the vision that was given to this woman to help us in our life, we have to remember the base of where it came from, and remember it was a blessing given to us. And my grandma used to always say that any time that you play around, like I heard stated before, was something that you're not supposed to play around with, something that was given to us as a blessing, that they're going to have to pay the consequences. When you plant good seeds, you're going to reap good seeds. When you plant negativity, you're going to reap negativity. So I feel sorry for those that are doing, you know, wrong with this, you know, and not looking at the true teachings. Because these fireplaces, like my uncle here, my Sagi, they were shared with tribes from the north, the west, and the east. And so when they were given these fireplaces, they should have that respect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I heard a friend tell me that this was a borrowed way for some tribes that didn't have it. And my grandma said it was a shared way because of the love that we have for all our Native people.
Yeah.
So when that ceremony was given, these fireplaces that were given, they should respect it and continue on the way that it was given and shown. I was telling my husband, you know, I have a lot of, out of all the tribes I stayed at, I have a lot of grandpas that had fireplaces. You know, my dad was raised by my grandpa Frankie Redbone, our Apache people. You know, my grandpa Leonard Kozad, our Kiowa people. My grandpa Ronnie Harris, our Sac and Fox people. My grandpa Ronnie Goodigo, my Pawnee people. I can go on and on, of all the teachings that I heard. My grandpa Parrish Williams, like I mentioned, my grandpa Joe Bassett, you know, a Ed Pack course. I was a young girl, late 60s, early 70s, listening to them, how they took us and walked us on that moon and wanted good things for us. There's a lot of good teachings in there. And my grandpa's always said that medicine is nothing to be played around with. And you have to be careful what you ask for, because it's going to be that way. And when you speak faith, God's going to make it happen that way. So I just wanted to share some teachings that my grandma said. So with the, you know, it's like I was trying to think of how she put it. And with this holy medicine, this holy sacrament, I don't see how anybody can say that it's not wrong. Because when God gave it to us, it was whole. If you're going to extract and take something out of it, you're losing the spirit of it. Everything in this world has a spirit. The trees, like my sister was talking about, all the elements that God created and gave us, they all have spirits. Our folks tell us to talk to them. When you're traveling, the weather, the wind, the storms, everything about it. So this medicine is like, if you're removing an ingredient from it, you're losing the worth of the value of it. When you remove a major ingredient from something you are faced with, missing a key ingredient from a recipe, it's crucial to understand the impact of that ingredient. That's just like our medicine. You're trying to take out a key ingredient of the holiness of it and the sacrament that heals us. I know each and every one of us in here have a testimony from our way of life. I know I do. Our daughter was told that she only had 6 months to live. Through this medicine, my grandpa, Johnny Whiteshirt, Oklahoma, with her bachelor's. And you know, that's what he reminded us of, our foundation that we're setting for ourselves and our children and our grandchildren to be. That's where it all starts. We can't leave our Creator God out of the picture. He's that one that gave all. He's the one that showed us this medicine through a vision. He's the one that gave us this ceremony through the tribes that brought it to life. He's the one that set, bringing in that breakfast food, bringing in that water, bringing in the main seats in our ceremony. So everyone has to remember that. Sometimes they lose focus because of man-made thoughts or because of this world that we're in, this corruption. And so sometimes as mothers, as aunties, as grandmothers, my grandma used to always say, I have the right to say that to you because that's the way it is. So we need to speak up as moms and grandmas and show our kids the right way. Care, show them that love and that compassion, what our church is all about. You know, what Native American Church stands for. You know, the love, the faith, the hope, the charity, all what God is about, our Creator God. We got to show that expression and that true love, you know, so that we can continue on. Otherwise, our children are going to be any old way. They're not going to listen, and that's why a lot of them are lost today, because there's no spiritual foundation set for them. And that's so we have to reel in, encourage one another. We're all blessed in one way, like I said, to help each other out. You know, instead of being upset or worried about somebody over here or over there, you know, you truly should be able to look at my brother back there and say, I love you, you know, I'm happy for you. I encourage you. That's how we got to be.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to share that, you know, and how God's creation is, you know. And another thing, you know, if I just don't see, I always tell my husband this, how can you not see the wrong of saying that's okay? And who gave you the right to speak up for all us natives? Who gave anybody the right to go say that's okay? I'm sitting on this board as a Native American or a Native American church member. Go ahead. take that out of that peyote.
Hmm.
I don't know who has the right to say that or speak up for all natives, because I don't think any of us in here would agree with that. From the teachings that we have, you leave things alone the way that it was given to you, because it's a reason why that they gave it to us. And when you mess with it and you hinder it, then that's when the corruption comes around with it. Those are just, teachings. But I just wanted to share that, and just encourage each and every one of you. And thank you for coming. And maybe when you go back to your home places, you'll be able to share some of the wonderful words that you heard all day, starting from this morning. And it's sad to say, but just like my brother Delbert said when he was talking earlier, about long time ago when some of the scouts brought the cavalry to our leaders and to our people, they turned.
Yeah.
And today there's still some like that, which is sad. And we're seeing that today. And all we can do is pray for them.
Yeah.
Turn your cheek and pray for them. Because in the long run, God has the last say.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I just I'm really thankful for all our elders that are here, my uncle here, my Uncle Andy, and I appreciate, even how he started us off. It reminds you of what our way of life is all about. And sometimes we have to take that time and that opportunity to remind our loved ones, maybe remind ourselves sometimes. Because the world's busy. We have to work, we have to take care of children, we have to raise grandchildren, however it is. But we got to reel ourselves in sometimes about reality. And so I'm really thankful that we had this opportunity, and I'm very thankful, to hear our sisters, and I'm glad that you all added the women, because we are a strong part of our everyday walk of life.
Yeah.
And I had the blessing to bear children so that we can continue on and that our tribes can continue to be represented no matter which area you come from, And so I'm just really grateful to have this opportunity, and thankful that doors are opening from the time that we started. The almighty dollar really does a lot of corruption.
Yeah.
But when you have that faith, that love, and that compassion, and doing the work that you're supposed to do, doors will open. And they are. I mean, the past couple of administrations, the times we went to DC and the times that we went to the states, congressmen and senators, and finding a lead to help us lead to get things passed, goes all the way back. I remember my dad talking about when Grandpa Parrish went up and testified for our religion, to have Native American church to be able to still have ceremonies. I hear them talk about when they quit making our tribes have sun dances, trying to remove ghost dances, all the ceremonies. But just remember, all of you that are listening, that you can't take something away and expect it to be complete. That's just like in our Apache way. We have a society, we have a dance, our Apache Blackfeet Society. That'd be like our main four-man up there dancing, but not having a staff. It's not complete without that staff. That's just like how this medicine is. If you take something away from it, how can it be complete? How can it be spiritual? Because that wasn't the way it was given to us.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make those expressions. I'm very thankful again, for the opportunity to stand up and speak of, just some teachings that I had for my grandmothers, and of what I've seen growing up, and the teachings that we were told, in those ceremonies, and trying to pass it on, so that we can continue on in a real good way so that our ceremonies can be here for a long time for our generations to come. So I want to encourage each and every one of you, may God bless you and whatever your endeavors are in life, that it can be that way for you. I hope.
We thank Rebecca Cookie for those expressions and words and testimonies here. So appreciate it very much. So we'll go down to Oneida Nation here. Miss Gina Paulus. I know she has a few 2,000 words she wants to share. So let's give her your good, kind attention.
Sukali Skogwik, Kanawila Nungets. Wish you all good day and greetings. I come from the Oneida Nation in Oneida, Wisconsin, but originally my people are from New York, and we're part of the Iroquois Confederacy. And we never called ourselves Oneida, we called ourselves Onayota Aga. That means people of the standing stone. That's what that means. And our fireplace that we have, it's called Jiganu Kwat Sla Genu, and it means where the medicine rests. And so we honor that, and we talk about that. So I want to say thank you to everyone that talked before me. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate listening to all the ladies that spoke. In particular, I want to say thank you to Jennifer. I don't know you personally, but from what you said, what we all have in common, that common thread we have with each other, is our creation stories and our ceremonies. And our, like your tribe, my tribe, they fell out of the sky too, through the sky woman. And she came down into the water. And a muskrat went down there, and he brought up some sand or dirt. And that's how our earth was created, on the back of a turtle. And that's where she rested. And then from there, everything is reverence to the Creator. Our medicines, our plants, our waters, our airs, our soils, everything about our environment. And so when we talk about that, that's a very important part of this medicine, because we view the medicine as our relative. And as you said, I'm gonna piggyback on that. I'm gonna just let you know that, because it's part of our teachings too. That medicine is a relative. And so when these companies like this IPCI, they're coming around, they're trying to get it. And I said this in the meeting before. Excuse me, I'm gonna take these shoes off because I don't want to trip. But in that meeting before, I said how they're using strategic methods to get to our people. Okay? I want to break this down in really fundamental terms, because a lot of times people, they lose interest if they don't understand fundamentally what this company is doing. Okay? So they're using strategic methods to make them sound like they're our besties. They're our friends. They're not trying to do anything to hurt us. They're just trying to get that medicine. And in order to get the medicine, they have to come through us. And so that's what they're doing. They're coming through us. They're getting support from some of our indigenous people to teach them the ceremonies, to teach them how we talk to that medicine. Because then once they get that, they have everything. And so I wanted to explain that, because when we have to do our battles with these kind of companies that are trying to take everything, then we got to be strategic also. And that's where our tribal leadership, you guys get your attorney's offices, your law offices, everybody has a team of them, get them together. Because they might know laws about, corporate America, businesses, how to start gaming. Know the laws that are going to protect our environment and our medicines and our ceremonies. Because when we lose those, we have no identity. This is directly connected to our identity and our DNA and our systems. Even for Native people that have never been connected to something, maybe they're urban Indians, they still feel that in their DNA. They still feel that desire to know ways. And they don't know why. Maybe their grandparents never taught them, or their great-grandparents never taught them, but they feel it in their DNA. And that's very powerful. So the initiatives, back to these initiatives pertaining to how they're moving and how they're strategizing. They're doing it in a very manipulative way. That's what they're doing. And I went to their website when I was at that last conference, and I went back to it. And everything I quoted, they took off their website. So they were donating 150 million to start doing all this research. And their research, part of their research is to get our trust. They want us to trust them. And since when has a non-Indian been able to get our trust and keep that trust? Every treaty they made with every nation in North America, they broke. So this one too, they're trying to get the laws to change. They're trying to change their own laws to get what we have. We don't hardly have anything left. We're on reservations. We have casinos, we have other businesses, this and that. But what we have left, the main important thing that ties us to our identity is our ceremonies and our medicines. And now they want that. They want it. And that's what we stop. That's what we stand in the way. So when I talk about standing on business, that's the business I'm talking about standing on. You're not getting nothing. That's how I feel about it. And I'm trying to be transparent without offending, but sometimes when you say something, it's going to offend someone. But I'm looking out for my people.
Yeah.
I'm looking out for my grandchildren. I have grandchildren that attend ceremonies. I have grandchildren, they have Indian names, everything. My own children were eating medicine while they were still in my womb. They were eating that medicine then. And I don't want that to ever interfere where they can't do that anymore. And so when Jennifer was talking about that peyote and it has a spirit. Quit trying to take everything we got. Now you want our spirit. Now you want our DNA. Next thing you know, they'll ask us to hold out our arms so they can get a little sample of our DNA because they don't know how to have a relationship with the environment. They don't know how to have a relationship with medicines. They don't know how to have that connection that we have with the Creator. They don't know how to do that. So someone has to teach them, well, it ain't going to be me. It's not going to be me. It's not going to be my family. And I want to thank that gentleman over there, Chief Wapas. When you talked about that tobacco, I felt that. Because that's what my family practices also. If we want you to do something, we give you tobacco first. If we want you to start a ceremony for us, we give you that tobacco first. So I appreciate you. Just as a reminder, reminding people about that tobacco. I'm going to take that tobacco home and I'm going to use it in a prayer ceremony this Saturday. So I have to leave tomorrow morning because I'm sponsoring the meeting. But the other things I wanted to say real quick, because I got myself on a timer, is that these individuals that are trying to get our medicine, they're doing it through our indigenous knowledge keepers. Our traditional teachings, that's what they want. And they do have legitimate people on their website, on their board of directors and all that. And I'm thinking, my God, is the money that important to you? Is it that important that you're willing to sell out your people? Is it that important that your grandchildren won't have a ceremony to go sit in? When they're looking for some comfort, when they're looking for some healing, when they're looking to connect to the Creator, they will have nowhere to go. I'm not willing to risk that. And so, and they talked about, and I said this before, that they have the voices from our indigenous keepers, they have the voices from the Amazon. Peoples in the Amazon are dying. They're already killing all our ecosystems and their biodiversities with all the pollution. And the funny thing is, the irony of all this is, they're coming to us to learn how to heal the environment from all the climate change and all the greenhouse effects, greenhouse gases. The waters are being polluted. They've mined everything and left destruction and cancer behind. The grounds, the soils are dirty. So what's next? You're going to take all our medicine from us. And in a lot of nations, a lot of tribal nations, that peyote is their #1 medicine. That's the leader of all their medicines. For Oneota Aga, we have different animals that are the leader. The deer is a leader for woodland Indians. Just like probably in the plains, the buffalo is their leader of all the 4-legged animals. So we really have to protect this medicine. And yeah, there's sayings and teachings that medicine is going to protect itself. But when these non-Indians come after it, they're not playing. They're not playing with us. So when we see this, take it very serious. Because they're not playing. They want to know all about conserving the they have the biodiversity and the ecosystems. They want to learn that from us because they destroyed everything. They don't know how to fix it anymore. And They do state that they're supporting indigenous sovereignty. Don't believe that. Don't believe that. They want to take everything away. So I really support our leadership. When you guys are going after this in Washington, D.C., you really have to get in the ears of our congressmen and senators and people that are in these high political positions, because that's what we need for them to turn this around, or at least put this fire out. I mean, put it out completely. And so I wanted to talk about, lastly, about these pharmaceutical companies also, because they're in partnership with these companies that want to come after this medicine, and they're using terminology. We want to do research. We just want to extract that mescaline out of there so we can use it for, our psychedelic drugs, treating depression, this, that, and the other. You can't use it unless you don't know how to talk to it. And I'm not going to give them that plan. I'm not going to write that out for them in a map and tell them step by step how to do it, because it's not for them. Their medicines are over in Europe across all these oceans. Go over there. Find yours, dig it up, and do what you got to do. But we have ours here, and it's been here since time immemorial. And we respect it, and we honor it, and we pray with it. And so my comments about the pharmaceutical companies is, haven't they done enough damage? The country has been in an epidemic with the drugs. Our reservations are overwhelmed with fentanyl, drug overdoses, heroin, meth, whatever you have. Don't be pulling our medicine in there. Don't be pulling it in there and lacing it with anything and taking it into a lab and mixing it with other drugs. That is a no-no. We ain't standing for that. And I see that as a next step. If they ever get their hands on it, they're going to be mixing it. They're going to be mixing it with all kinds of things. The reason why they want our medicine is because they want the freedom to get high, and we don't get high with it. That ain't what we do. We use it to connect ourselves to the Creator. We use it to connect ourselves to the universe, the cosmos, the environment, our ancestors. That's what we use it for. And so they need to respect that, because you know what? They haven't been able to figure out a solution for all this drug addiction that they have here already. We're burying our children. We're burying nieces, nephews because of drug addictions. Fix that first before you want anything else. Fix these problems that you created with the environment and all these drug addictions. Fix that before you start coming after us again. We've been on attack for over 600 years, always trying to defend something, defending our children. Look at the boarding schools and how many thousands, tens of thousands that have been buried that we don't even know. Them little children never made it home to their moms and dads. Without even a word, without even a mention, without putting their name into the universe so the Creator could come get them. We didn't get to do the proper ceremonies for them. We're not going to go through that again with our medicine. We have to hold that in the highest regard. We're not willing to risk our medicines to be used, to be exploited, to be abused by non-native people or psychedelic companies or pharmaceutical billionaire conglomerates, and also trying to turn our medicine and ceremonies into something it was never intended to be. That's what they want to do. So I agree with the ladies here. Pray for these people that are trying to do it. But most importantly, this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say all the tribal people here that have tribal leadership, go to them and make them start writing these resolutions up to support, to protect our medicines, to protect our ceremonies. In addition to that, make laws on your reservations to protect your medicines, and word those laws that this medicine is almost like a human being and it has rights. Our plants have rights. The water has rights. The soil has rights. You can write your environmental laws to protect it. So start there, because then you're building a wall that these companies will have to come through. They'll have to knock that wall over when you start building your laws. So get your legal teams out there. Get your tribal legislators out there. They know all about the laws. They usually have a history of law education, and start learning about the environmental laws so you can start that, because 2026 is right around the corner. So I want to thank you all for listening to me. I do get very passionate about this. I have a lot of feelings about this medicine. I have a lot of love for this medicine. And real quick, I did have cancer. I was diagnosed with a stage 3 ovarian, and I use the medicine to heal me. I tried a little bit of that chemo. I said, nope, I gotta go back to what I know. That was in 2009. And I was already, you know, my doctors already said, oh, you're gonna get it again and you're gonna die. And that's what's, I said, I'm good. When my time to go is, my time is to go. But right now, what I'm gonna do, and that was in 2009, I'm gonna rely on this medicine, the traditional medicine that we have. So I wanna say that with a lot of love, compassion. I don't wanna offend anyone out there, but I think we need to take a strong stand. That's what I think.
Yeah.
You want to go?
Thank our sister here for some good words, some good ideas, some good philosophy, some good energy here to for those that are listening live and then for those that are here personally. So thank you again. So next we'll go down to our Navajo Nation Counsel, Mrs. Claw. I know we had the ladies talk earlier, but I know they wanted to say a lot more too, so this is that time, the opportunity here. The roles of women healers and leaders in the protection, preservation of our ceremonies and our medicines. So.
Thank you. So we are going to do things a little bit different. I know that we are on a time constraint, so we will go ahead and have the two ladies join us, but we're trying to get set up here. So first of all, I want to say good afternoon and thank you for that wonderful meal. It was good to have lunch, and so I want to thank you for the hospitality. I want to go ahead and just introduce myself, and in our introduction, we're going to talk about how we are involved with our ceremony or how we were introduced to the medicine. But I am Delegate Shauna Ann Claw, and I come from Chinle, Arizona, which is the heart and soul of the Navajo Nation. Our lands are the original treaty lands of 1868, and that's the community that I represent. My clans are the Menehogans clan, which is the Ho'othana, born for the Bitterwater people, Torich-Eatney, and my paternal clans are Kia'ani, which is Towering House, and my maternal clans are the Tukachini, Red Street running into the water people. I am a mother, and that's how I introduce myself. Ako yate ado ano tsoshi e kumshik e nanohini ado manshlo ako tila eba ahinsen ado sheeya kata eze be nahagaha e kwa ashicha ndanigi e biyahoa ako jono e bansis case ado shisinigi to shanal has kido shanal asa adeneba with inigi kadadin tsosigi e kata to elbahazan do kata e biket katasha. So I just stated in my language that my daughter is carrying on the tradition of bringing in the water for her father, and that's how I was introduced. And so through the peyote, I was able to also just enjoy the kinship of many relatives. I've seen the healing purposes and the powers of the medicine. And I also practice our traditional culture as well. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to Jermaine, and she will give her introduction.
Oh, yeah, Nana, and we just have a few more folks in the room. Ado yat e kaanahano yahigi, ado kadoshide Jermaine Simons in e dashjana, ado chishidne shen as a sana bashish chin tedeshki dashnal ado zata kiani dashche. And so going back to our introduction or how our relationship with medicine, my relationship is, when I was a young girl, somewhere along the way, my grandma and grandpa, around 1950s, had embraced the peyote medicine in my region, Sisijin region. So if you look at Navajo history, and I'm sure there are other Navajo folks who we're going to get into a debate on this, is so if you look at Navajo history for Navajo people, and as we embrace this medicine, the Sisijin region was one of those first regions that historically, the historical records show that there were many folks in that region who embraced the medicine in comparison to all of the nations. So And certainly, those are stories that were shared with us, with me as we were growing up. And so my grandpa, I never got to see my grandpa, but he was both a traditional practitioner, though at the same time, somewhere along the way, he embraced the peyote medicine and also Native American church. So some of the stories about him just is that his family was skeptical, his immediate family, and because there was so much misinformation and rumor going around about peyote medicine, and they were saying, you know, it makes you do all these wild things, and you know, there's all these crazy things that people do. And so my grandpa said, I'm going to be the guinea pig. I'm going to go into peyote ceremony, and I will experience for myself what this is. And so remember, he's a traditional practitioner too. So he went in somewhere along the way. He got sick and also asked for this, and he heard of a medicine man that was doing ceremonies, and so he asked and requested for that, and that's how he came to believe in the medicine in the ceremony, and then he took it on and practiced with it. So he went back to his family and he said, look, I'm a living testament of what this peyote medicine is, and thereafter his immediate family embraced the medicine as well. So my grandma then naturally became the the water carrier, and so she fulfilled that position for him, as well as his oldest daughter. From what I know, his oldest daughter, which I never, my aunt that I never got to see either. Apparently, she was the one who fixed all of his feathers and his gourds, and she did all the feather work on them and the bead work. So we still have those instruments, and so that's how we were introduced. My grandma, so at a time when the peyote was outlawed on Navajo Nation, so I was actually able to dig up that resolution that the council approved back in the 50s, I believe, or 60s, and they said it was going to be outlawed. And so for a long time, people had to have ceremony in secret, which probably all of you know that. And so they would quickly get together and find the location and have these ceremonies. And then, so my grandma's story one time is that she, because there wasn't enough men there at the ceremony, she took on a firekeeper position. So she poked fire. So any case, so those are stories that I come from. So unfortunately, I never got to meet my grandpa, but my grandma continued ceremony for us. And all the way up until, we're adults and we're able to make plans and make those things happen for ourselves. So that's my history anyway, and it's longer, but we'll go ahead and keep it to that.
Thank you, ladies. Good afternoon again. Cheryl Yazi, Cheryl on the and thank you also for the wonderful lunch. I do appreciate that. It's good to have meals with all of you. So my introduction to peyote would be with the family, my dad's side. My Aunt Lorraine met this tall Cheyenne man, and she fell in love, and they got married, and he's the one that brought peyote ceremonies into our family. And so they traveled around and did ceremonies together. And so that's where my dad was also introduced to it, and he wanted to follow and learn about drumming, fire chief, and then also it got him into thinking, how could I do all of these things like teepee building, teepee sewing. And then he wanted to learn about how to make a drum, how does that work? And then, getting into the hide, and then even into fans. So he was really creative that way. And so that's how I was introduced into this. So he did a lot of that, and so I'm very appreciative of that. And so, I know we see, everywhere we go, everybody has, beautiful jewelry, beautiful earrings, and we're also creative. And so I think, Peyote is also that way. You guys have your songs, and, I might not know the words, but, I can hear in what you're saying, something beautiful. And so that really touches me. But that's how I was introduced into Peyote. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna each ask 3 questions. And so I wanna go first. So my first question is going to be about balance. And all of you probably know this. You're a parent, you're maybe a teacher, you're a crime fighter, you're a mom. But for women, balance, it can be hard. So I want to ask about the sacred responsibility of being a woman in ceremony and the need to create legal and institutional protections. So my question is to the ladies here, do you think we risk losing something sacred when we put ceremony into policy or code? That would be my question. So I'll do the. I'm kidding. Whoever wants to go first.
I can go first.
Okay.
I think I have. Yeah, leave it to Sherilyn to ask the real hard questions. So as delegates, as you might have heard, there's 24 of us on the Navajo Nation Council, and there's 9 women. But early on, we found to be good supports to one another. And you really need that in politics and in tribal council on the Navajo Nation. You do really need a good, strong support. So I appreciate them for that. But we also do live, so we ask each other questions. And Sherilyn, just in general, as a delegate, asks really hard questions. And so does she. She's mean. Just kidding, but in a good way. So that is a good question because I do like policy, but my experience with policy is just as all the other women and all of you know, we've dealt with failed federal policies since we've had federal policies. And so generally, I'm not a proponent or a fan of policies. That's me. I don't care for policies. I think in the perfect world, and we've certainly come from that, where we've learned how to act the right way, as somebody mentioned. If you're not taught, you're acting out and doing all kinds of things out of order. So at a point in time somewhere, we all knew this information. We were all speaking the same language. And so therefore, I feel like, we didn't need to be, there wasn't a need for like codes and laws and enforcement. Certainly we did it, we policed ourselves. And really it wasn't from a punitive place, but it was more teaching from when the kiddos, or when they're little, how to behave, how to act in ceremony, what your role and what your responsibility is in that ceremony. And so I think I can speak for all Native tribes, is that's how we did it. So we did the prevention, the intervention, we put that up front so that we didn't have to deal with the punitive measures and the jails and the enforcement at the end. So that's me personally, so I'm really not, and every time we are trying to enact tribal law, I'm always thinking about how it applies to the people at the Hogan level. That's always my thinking. How does this apply to my people way out there? Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? And so that is certainly a very good question. It's something I'm grappling with. And certainly today, we do have to have, policies. We do have to have laws, and we do need to also think about that enforcement piece. So, the other hand, the neck echikon sahake sigi, sometimes there's a disconnect There's certainly tribal politics where you're thinking about this Belagana way of laws. That's not our doing, but on our Navajo side, with our language and with our everyday life, there's also a way of thinking. I always think to myself, and so I think about, we talk about this medicine, we said it has spirit and it has life. And I always think that I'm not the judge, the jury, and the executioner, that I'm going to have a belief in this medicine, that it will also be that police. And so if anyone is going to use it and ingest it and play around with it and misuse it, then you let that medicine take care of that person. Those are some of my thoughts. And the next so that's one of my things. And so I know you have more to add to that.
So thank you. Well, the topic is about women leaders. And so for women, we have no alternative but to put our words into action. That's the role of a mother, a grandmother, and a matriarch. So for our culture, the Navajo culture, we are matrilineal. And so we carry the bloodline of our mothers, our grandmothers, and our children will carry those on. So thinking about that as a legislator, for myself, one of the things that we have to keep as a proponent is the compassion of Jopa. So when I got into this role, one of the things that I did think about was the preservation of our language. And so I did secure a legislation. It passed through the Navajo Nation, which was to make Navajo language, the Nebezad, as the official language for the Navajo people. And the reason is that when you speak to your children, when you say that to them, you're speaking from your heart. They feel it in their spirit. They feel it in their every being. And so for me, language is very important. It ties into the ceremony. And although we are constantly faced with criticism, I've heard through social media, that's crazy. We all know Navajo is our official language. But when you think about it, the world doesn't know that. So they have to know that's our sovereignty. We're making that declaration to the world. And we're also making a stand to preserve our language for future generations. So that's how I think when we were asked that question, we really do have to have future and forward thinking, not just for the present, but for the future of our generations. And so that's what I wanted to add. And I think that's how we as mothers, as matriarchs, that's what we look forward to. And that's where that idea of hope, we hope and we pray each and every day, and our language is tied to that. So thank you.
Okay. I'll answer my own question too. I agree with both of you. And I think in today's world, though, I think the policy and the codes really are about the education piece. And that's where we have to also let everybody know, okay, these are the boundaries of what this medicine is or this ceremony, and this is how you need to be respectful of it. And so as a legislator, I think that's what we would try to bring to the table. And to really clarify, again, our stance to the federal government and to the states. Okay, this is where our boundaries are going to be. So thank you.
Okay, so our question 2 is, what are ways our young women can be supported in stepping into ceremonial leadership, and what risks or threats are they inheriting that we didn't face?
That's a really good question, because we're always thinking about our youth, and And I'm always thinking, are we doing enough? And sometimes, again, as a legislator, as an auntie, you know, I'm thinking I'm not doing enough because I'm trying to balance this role as, you know, a council delegate. And sometimes it's just even hard to, you know, get my laundry done. And so how do you do this other piece of it when you're teaching and trying to educate our young women, our youth, about all of these different things that are very important because it's going to be their responsibility. But really, it's my responsibility to be teaching them this because whatever I can get into their mind, that's what's going to take them into the next 150 years. So that role is with me. And so where do I start? And I always think also from a social work perspective is also just start where you're at. Wherever you're at, just start there and build upon it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. So I think in our times right now, we are at a fast-moving pace. We have technology, which our children are so attached to, and that becomes a challenge. For myself, as a mother, I try to tell my children to participate in ceremonies. And so for myself, I follow the traditional teachings and the traditional way, but my daughter, she follows the Native American church. And so one of the things that I do see for young women is that they're not afraid to take on a man's job. And that's what I see with my daughter. It leaves me in awe every time I see her when she's setting up a teepee, when she's running that rope, when she's taking it down, when she's carrying the teepee poles, or when she's putting away the teepee. You know, those are the things. She knows about how to put the moon together, how to bring in the water. And I think that those are some of the challenges that our youth are facing, is that they need good mentors. They need good role models. They need someone that's going to be their voice. They need someone that's going to take them by the hand and say, oh, you didn't do this right, but let me show you how to do it correctly. So you have to have discipline along with the compassion part. And for myself, as Delegate Simonson mentioned, also as a woman, you do have to instill that hashket, which is discipline, or getting after people, because that's how our mothers were. You know, they're the ones that laid down the law for their family. And so that's what I bring to the Navajo Nation Council. And a lot of times, again, you get criticized for that. But you're doing that not for ourselves, but for the best interest of our people. And I see many of you, and I've heard the wonderful women here speak, and I hear them, and as they shed their tears, you know, that touches my heart, because we know that love is universal, and that's what transcends. And so we're all here today because we are taking a stand. You know, across town, there are people who want to take that away from us, who don't value it the way we value it. And so that's why we're here today. So thank you for the question.
So one of the legislations that we recently dropped is to move, so the Navajo Nation has a youth advisory council, and it's just been stagnant for several years now, and it's on the executive branch side. So recently we dropped legislation to move the youth advisory council to legislative side. So we are really excited about that because we want to give the youth an opportunity to participate in their leadership, and we're going to expose them to all the three branches, and we hope that they are also from their home bringing their teachings, whatever it may be, whether it be their traditional cultural teachings, maybe their NAC teachings. And with Navajo, the Navajo Nation, we are certainly culture within a culture. So it's now we have a lot of our people who've embraced Christianity and all other forms of churches. So we certainly have a mix of people. And so I'm looking forward to getting our Youth Advisory Council, really going. And and get them exposed to all the different leadership, both in the legislative branch as well as executive branch, as well as judicial branch. And so we're really excited. And whenever you come to our council chambers, we've been able to interact with them. This last one, we had a spontaneous mock council session with them. And we had them sit in the council chairs, and then we gave them a topic. They debated whether the Treaty of 1868, which is our treaty, Navajo Nation, they debated whether Treaty of 1868 was effective. And that was a really good mock session that we had. And it was amazing to see them in action and how it feels to sit in a council chair to ask questions. Some of them acted as legal counsel. So we told them that if you feel stuck or if you feel like your question is not being answered by the by the sponsors, you can ask for your legislative counsel and their opinion. So we gave them all the different ways that we do counsel, and so it was amazing to them. But I think for me, just continue to support and take our children to ceremony. It has to be us as parents, as caretakers. We have to participate and we have to take them. And so with, my own family is certainly a testament of how our first child, I think we were very young parents. We were just busy just trying to make a living and to make a home for our first child, that we didn't put the time and effort into exposing them to really ceremonies consistently. The second one got a lot of exposure, but really more to Native American church. So he's like Shauna says, my middle child is really all about that NAC life. My last child is about the Navajo traditional ceremonies. So she goes to the 9-night ceremonies. She participates in that, and she likes to follow the Blessing Way ceremonies and different other ceremonies. She also likes Native American church, but we also participate in Sundance ceremonies. So I think just as family, continue to take your children, expose them, and be mentor and guidance to them. So our last question for the day just really is, what does sovereignty,
That's okay, go ahead.
Okay. What does sovereignty look like when it's led by women? Not just politically, but spiritually and ceremonially. I think I answered some of this.
Ooh, that's a really good one. It can be really loving. It can be harsh, because I know my mom and my grandmother, when they talk to me, trying to teach, it can be harsh. I know as a woman in this leadership position, everybody wants you to come to their meeting. They want you to be there all the time, and it's like, okay, and you're getting pulled in your local level, at your committee level, all of these different places. Everybody wants your attention, because we do have a lot of problems, complex compounding problems, and for sure for Navajo Nation. And when you get up there, everybody just wants to lecture you and tell you, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. And so it's just something that I'm glad for me that my mom was very harsh with me. And so it's like, okay, yeah, go ahead, keep going. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna listen. And that's the other part is, as a woman, you're listening. You're listening and you take it in. You have some time to think about it. And that's how, for me personally, listening and really, with my mind, thinking about different ways that we could move this around. So when you're listening. And so one of the things that I notice on the council floor is, again, maybe it's just sometimes the women are not asking the questions right away, or at least maybe for me, that's what I'm noticing. But the men, they're out there asking the questions. And I'm like, that doesn't even make sense sometimes in my head. But, that's how I feel like as a woman, as a lady, as a female, you kind of step back a little bit and you're kind of observing everything. And you're thinking about it from every perspective of everybody that's in the room. Maybe, from the grandparent, maybe from the teacher, from the rancher, the farmer. And so you're trying to see it from everybody's voice, their eyes, and I try my best to think about it that way. And that's how I feel, your question, that's how I'm going to answer it.
So thinking about sovereignty, and this was something that weighed on my mind quite a bit before when I ran. This is my first time serving as counsel. And I feel like, so I'm, on that road of life, I'm right in the middle. So, when you go to ceremony, they say, well, right about here, little something about life. So I feel like, okay, I'm qualified now in that aspect that I can talk to these things. But I think as a Navajo woman, specifically, and having grown up with a grandmother, and she lived to be 102 years old, and my grandma's teaching, the Nek Etchiko Shidini, she used to say this when I was younger. And she used to say in Navajo, she would say, Estanachalon, do oyo de nebadahi, hajio taho, yajistita. She said that. And I just kind of could imagine that. And in Navajo, and she's saying, when you're a woman, you don't put yourself way up in the front of everyone, and you're not over there, on a, maybe she's talking about on a pedestal, and over there, just speaking and over everyone. I always and I never got to ask her what she meant. Like, really, what does that mean? But even now, today, I think about that message plays in my head. She didn't mean to say that I shouldn't be a leader, but there's a certain way that you carry yourself, and there's a certain way that you treat people. I think that is what she meant. And so I think about that in all the positions that I'm in, whether it be in my community level, at our tribal council, in DC, at the states, how do I carry myself and how do I convey that message? And so I think as a Diné woman, for me personally, having grown up, in the community with all the elders, just balancing, some of those teachings, those ways that we carried ourselves for generations, and then this new way of, being a leader and participating in this, federal government and their policy making, and how do we advocate for our people. So it's always a balancing act. And as a mom and as a woman, I'm glad that I waited until my children were all grown, because I think my first job was to be a parent, and so that my kids are all adults now. So, but it doesn't make the job any easier. Your kids always need you, no matter how old they are. So, in any case, I think that is that good combination of sovereignty and looking at that balancing act. And I think as strong leaders, as women leaders, we continue to, I know we all do, we read legislations, we analyze them, we say what are the pros, what are the cons, what are the legal issues, and I'm really happy that we get to work together and to look at those things and then really ask questions when those things come before us. So I just want to encourage, our women, young women out there today, learn how to work together with others, learn how to work in teams, because that's a good way to work.
In closing, I just want to say that tribal sovereignty is based on a balance. So I want to thank the Native American Church of North America for inviting women leaders and delegation from various tribes to be a part of this, because we all have to coexist. From a male and a female comes life, and those are important. And that's part of our sovereignty, is our identity, how we are rooted in this world and how we are growing together. Thank you again for the invitation here today, and I wish you all a good journey home, and may the holy people be with you. Thank you. Yeah.
want to thank our delegation from Navajo Nation very much for taking that little time, the effort to be here. And I know it's appreciated very much on behalf of the NACNA and then on behalf of all the Native American Church family. You know, they all say there's over 350,000 members. You know, sometimes I was kind of wonder, you know, where they at, you know, when challenges come around, you know, and then we need everyone to, you know, collaborate, unite, you know, come together. And then, so here we are in Denver, you know, just like across town, what's taking place over there. And then I know our next presenter here, Mr. Frank Dace Jr., chairman of the Counsel Ability Way of Life Coalition. Just want to say thank you. I know he's probably part of the board here on the Colorado Natural Medicine Health Act, protecting our medicine, tribal intellectual property, and traditional knowledge. So I want to thank you, Frank, for you and some of your board members, officers for being here. And then you can kind of shed some light on kind of what's taking place on that DORA. And all reason why we're here too is that Proposition 122. So I'll turn this time over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Vice President, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, Shay, Yaha, Anidia, Shitete. Hello, Betanin Shim. Ashkan, Zoe, that's a Jedo, not quite the name, that's a non touching, that's a chick. Destination here that, Kabe that Keba. Sano, Tago, that ended the sheet of it. Senantado, Council Delegate, Jonosh Nanda, Miss Yazi, Council Delegate Yazi, Council Delegate Simonson. I don't know, Fayada, Katie, this case ago. You attended the celebration of the treaty of 1868. And you were talking about that. People were talking about that. That's good because the Council, BOE Way of Life Coalition on Navajo Nation, they helped us there. They were there. They also were in Washington, D.C. with us. So my appreciation to you. Thank you for going out and sharing your education and learning and being a part of the process. Council Delegate Pla, I don't know everybody else that is sitting in here, my appreciation to you, each and every one. The way that we're related, I'm extending relations, mom, dad, brother, Nully, Che, all the way to the back of the room. You look sharp today. Thank you very much. You look nice too. As I came in, you were talking, Jennifer. So all these different things that everybody was sharing. My appreciation to you, I'm extending that thought. How many states are here with us? How many different states? Texas. I know Arizona, New Mexico, I know that, New Mexico. Colorado. Arizona. North Dakota. Wisconsin. Oklahoma, and everywhere else too, huh?
Canada.
Canada, all right. What about on this side?
Colorado and Oklahoma.
There you go.
American Church, Iowa Tribe.
Outstanding. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sean. Yeah.
Arizona.
Arizona. Your same place? Colorado. What about on this side? Colorado. Arizona. I know that's where he's from. Back of the room. That's what I thought. So thank you very much. I don't want your brother though. What is that? I don't know if you're saying New Mexico or Arizona.
Utah.
Oh, Utah. So he changed on me. But anytime, just stop me if you have a question. Just say, stop. I want to answer what you're talking about. I have more information on it. or if you want me to answer anything that you're thinking about, we can do that. So I would really appreciate some interaction as we do the presentation. And what I'm going to talk about, before I do that, we're with the Counsel of Peyote Way of Life Coalition. That's who we're with. We have 22 chairs, and all of them are filled. And we can also add more. Slide up to the table, and we can add more chairs. And we don't try and control anybody. We don't try and control the organizations. We don't tell them what to do or what not to do. However, we have a mission. Our mission is we oppose decriminalization. That's our mission. And that's what we've been talking about. Everything that you said in here talking about the medicine, we agree with you. And so we're advocating on that behalf. So I wanted to share that initial thought with you. That's what our mission is. We don't give out membership cards. We don't give out Hakati certificates. We don't do any of those sorts of things. And so, again, it's a coalition, and all we're doing is advocating for that. So when I say that, we have Native American church organizations, independent organizations that are with us. We also have the Dene Native American Church State of New Mexico Incorporated. That's how they say it. So that's why I'm saying it exactly how they say it. And they have 5 affiliated chapters with them that work with them. All of them have decided to sit at the table, and that's what they've done. So then we also have ABNDN. They told me not to say that, but we have members that come that are associated with them that have a seat at the table too, and we welcome that. And so I wanted to honor their request, but we have members from that side, so I'm being respectful. We also have 5D Ranch Native American Church in New Mexico, and so we've got a lot of these organizations that are helping us out. Native American Church in North America, Shanto chapter, is helping us out. So I just wanted for you to get an understanding of what it is that we're doing and how we're moving forward. And so the greatest concern that we have is the mission that I just laid out. So that said, I'm going to share with you, back in November in 2022, the state of Colorado put the Natural Medicine Act together. They passed it. And you probably already know, I know the president does, and maybe the vice president, that you already know that when the name of that act, they're talking about just the natural medicine. They're not talking about synthesizing it. They're not talking about anything like that. So that's what they passed. And the folks from Colorado, you know what I'm talking about. So that's what they passed, and that's what they're moving forward with. So as it started to move forward, then they started to say, we need to address how we're going to implement this. So they rescinded that act that I just mentioned. They rescinded it. And so they came out with another act. The Natural Medicine Health Act was rescinded. The Natural Medicine Regulation and Legalization is what took its place. So that's what they put in place. So you can probably imagine just by the title that they're going to regulate it. Number 2, they're going to provide legislation on it. That's what they decided to do. So that's how they started moving forward. And as they were implementing that, what they said was, they said that, and I'm reading from the act, I'm not sharing anything that's not public. So they said that we're going to move forward with this, and they want input on how they're going to implement all of this. When they did that, they stopped and said, wait a minute, we need to address the Native American community in Colorado. But they already passed the act. They already passed it. So we were an afterthought. Somebody was saying that earlier. We were an afterthought. And so they hired an organization, and we sat at the table and we advised them or that's what was going on. That's how they set it up. So that's what transpired up to this point. Then they established an advisory board for this act that they passed, like I said, and they also put a Native American advisory group together. So I wanted to let you know that that's the structure that they have in place, and that's how they're moving forward with everything that we have up to this point. And that's why we're here in Colorado, I presume. That's why we're talking about the medicine here. So that's what's going on. And when that happened, they started, we coalition started looking at all the states that were involved. And we found out that we had 10, 11 states. That's why I was asking, what state are you from? There are 10 or 11 states that are moving to decriminalize peyote and mescaline. They're moving forward, and they're continuing this process. So that's why I wanted to appeal to the president of Native American Church in North America. You know that in California, they have mescaline. They approve mescaline. You know that in Colorado, they approve mescaline, the law that I just talked about. Iowa is peyote and mescaline. They decriminalize that. Then in Massachusetts, they decriminalize mescaline. Michigan, peyote and mescaline. And Missouri, it's mescaline only. New Hampshire, both medicine, both peyote and mescaline. Now, when I say that, I don't know how they separated it. We see it as one and the same, because mescaline and peyote is one. And they're saying that they separated the two, and one we approve and the other one we don't. I don't know what that means. Are they going to carve it up and just take out the mescaline and say this is what we approve and toss the rest of it away? I'm not sure what the process is, and I heard you talk about it. Our medicine shouldn't be treated that way, right? So that's what's going on. And so then the other states that are involved is Arizona. They're just starting that process now. So why am I telling you this? Why am I sharing this information? The reason I'm sharing this information is we're going to appeal to Native American Church in North America and all the states that are represented here. Do you know what your state is doing? Do you know what your legislature is doing to our sacrament? Everything that you talked about. So the psychedelic industry, you said down the street, I agree with you, down the street, downtown, there's about 7,000 people in attendance. And they're all looking to the almighty dollar. That's what they're doing. And they're talking about ways to extract and synthesize and take the medicine. And so we were down there. And years, they keep talking about the same thing. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. And so they have massive amounts of money. They're billionaires that are doing this. So that process is going on. And we decided, are we just going to stand by and watch? Are we just going to stand back and let them continue this process? So that's the reason, President Brady, that we went down there. And the 7,000 people were sitting here, and our position is we are opposing decriminalization of peyote and mescaline, is what we said. The psychedelic community is, they're using a blasphemous approach to dissect our medicine and intentionally degrade our faith. That's what I see going on as I listen to the folks talking about this. And somebody mentioned some of our own people. I think Jennifer mentioned it. Somebody mentioned that some of our own people are doing this. Just so you're aware, highest level of Navajo Nation government as an advisor that was talking down there. And he was talking about encouraging that process. And we said, no, not, who gave them the right? Somebody said that too. Who told them that they could do that? Who told them that they could go ahead and say this and sell out the medicine? So that's the reason that we're down there, sir, is we wanted to stand up and say what they're saying is not true.
Yeah.
What they're saying is everything that was mentioned here, who gave them the authority to do that?
Yeah.
So that's what we said.
Yep.
How come that's going on? And the general public, the 7,000, they have a massive stadium. You guys have been down to the Denver Convention Center? They have a massive auditorium. And in there, they're telling people this. And those people are taking it as fact that they can do this. And the way that they're introducing themselves is they're saying, I'm a peyote practitioner. I lead these ceremonies. I'm talking about the peyote, is what they're saying. And so for me, I was sitting there and thinking exactly what everybody else here was thinking. How did they come to this conclusion? So I just wanted to share that thought with you while we're here.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Colorado and the laws, and we're talking about other states that are going to be affected. So we've got the machinery behind the psychedelic, and it's a misnomer too, to me. They called it the Psychedelic Science 2025. And I'm presuming that's so they can throw research in there, so that they can talk about synthesizing. All the terms somebody was saying, I'm gonna break it down, right? Fundamental terms. Well, if you break it down, all it means is you're gonna extract mescaline from peyote. Say it the way that you're going to do it so that we can object. So that's what's going on. And I wanted to share that thought with you just so that you know that this activity is going on. Now, if we let medicine go, if we let the peyote go, Atashi, and on Navajo Reservation, they have sacred herbs. Who's to say that they're not going to go after that? Who's to say that they're going to synthesize that? The Sundance. My son participates in the Cheyenne Sundance in Concho, Oklahoma. There are a lot of delicate plants that they use in that ceremony too. Who's to say that they're not going to go after that? Who's to say that they're not going to go after what the Ute tribe uses? And so those are the concerns that we have. So we don't want them to take a look at peyote, we don't want them to extract it, we don't want them to synthesize it, and we don't want them to gain more funds on it. Now, I'm going to let you know also, on stage, the billionaires were standing right next to each other. They were shaking hands and smiling. And they put all their differences aside. You know how billionaires are, right? We have one for president, what they're thinking, what their thoughts are. But they stood side by side shaking hands. And they have one goal, right? They have one goal, to make money. So they're talking to one another and saying, can you help me do, yes sir.
You know, you talk about dissecting.
Yes.
You know, I just wrote that word down just before you brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talk about this tobacco. We came here
Yes.
this morning and talk about the spirit. It moves.
Yes.
That's what we are as Native people. Where my dad used to say, inspiration. That's what an Indian person is. He's a praying person. And then when you say that word, dissect.
Yep.
Immediately after that, you said billionaires.
Yes.
Those people don't care about our welfare and well-being, worshiping God through His creation. Because He's got a set income, just like the president. He
Right.
don't care about
Yes.
nobody. That's why He cut off some of these federal jobs.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And we're going through hardship to fight hard for this peyote. Since probably before, even 1978, I brought that up this morning. Back in the 1800s, in the state of Oklahoma, that would oppose peyote used by Indians in the state of Oklahoma. That was something they had to face. So they had to send delegation to Washington, D.C. And her great-grandfather, D.K. Lonewood, was one of those representing the Kiowa tribe. And just like we Indians were degraded.
Yes.
And that's not fair to us, like we're a nobody.
Yes.
We're stomped out, like we're not a race.
Yes.
And we've been here for a long time. This is our native land. This is our land.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's going to talk and speak up for our people? Nobody's going to say nothing.
Yes.
Quit being shy and bashful.
Thank you, sir.
Get up and talk.
Thank you, sir.
Let's be heard.
Yeah.
This is our sacrament that God made for us. Maybe He's testing us. We don't know.
Yes. Might
But
be.
what helps that is when we make that smoke, when we talk to Him.
Yes.
We want resolution too. We want our prayer answered.
Yes.
That's how it is today. We can pick up this ingredient here. There's a lot of ingredients in here, but some of us may not be good. But only if you take the purity of water and peyote and tobacco, sage, that's purity right there. Why do they want to tamper with it?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Because of money.
Yes.
What do we Indian people get? Hang it all. That means nothing in Kiowa.
Yeah. End it all.
We don't get nothing. But they get to ride free on that. Hey, yeah, just like you said, shaking hand. Hey, we can have all this money. But the Indian, we're not going to get nothing. We're not going to benefit out of that. But they can just do what they want. I talk this way because I was taught. When you say something, you say it from your heart and your mind.
Absolutely.
And get the people to listen and understand what you're doing, what you're coming from. Because this medicine was made, put here on earth long before mankind was. Just like all of other tribal ceremonies. They existed long before we were even here. If you were born in the 30s, these medicine ways were already here. And then they use that word, freedom of religion.
Yes.
What do we mean then? We don't have to ask ourselves freedom of religion. We should already know.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about there.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm trying to do this for our people.
Yes.
In the state of Oklahoma, the Kiowa people, Comanche, the Apache, and all the other tribes down there. Yes, we have our differences. Yes, we have our disagreements as well as we agree. We are all brothers and sisters in the same common goal here, is to protect our peyote sacrament.
Yeah.
God is good, God is great. He brought this to us for a purpose.
Yes, sir.
So you and I can benefit something good from what He had made for our people because of and understand different languages. We have our songs that go with this medicine when we start the starting song, all the way to midnight, till morning, until the woman brings water in, until that breakfast comes in.
Yes.
But the non-Indian, where's his? You don't have none. That's why he don't understand us, because he don't have that comprehension.
Yes.
And my dad used to say, Indians, you're poor. And sometimes he say, hey, Indian, what are you doing? How come you're happy? Well, I'm rich in my culture. I'm rich in my religion because God made me that way. He didn't make me an inventor or a writer. He made me Indian. He made me a Kiowa Indian. This is what I am. Other tribes, they have their versions, how they obtained the medicine, how it diffused. And it began prolifically. When people come around and visit, we start sharing that same common culture.
Yes,
we
sir.
call enculturation and then acculturation.
Yeah.
Those kind of terms like that. This is where I'm going to be right now, to speak up with the people. I'm not speaking for the Kozak family or the Kiowa tribe. I'm speaking for all of you people because I love you.
Oh,
love,
yes.
love, hope, faith, charity. Remember that. And also your bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak. That's precisely what we intend and will continue to say. And if you could join us to say that, I think it would mean a lot. So I just wanted to share that thought with you. Now, back to other states. New York and Vermont and Virginia are all yes on peyote and mescaline. So the people from these different states, you should be able to find out what your legislature is doing. I don't think that a call to action, Mr. Brady, call to action all native tribes. What Mr. Kozed said. Today, maybe we should start that. That in spite of our differences, I said that people were shaking hands and saying, how can we make more money? Well, we have a common purpose, the sacrament, peyote. And so that maybe we can do that too and move forward. So I'm going to encourage the folks from the states that they're from to go ahead and check on their legislature and then to go ahead and see what it is that they're doing so that we can continue this fight. The more people who do that, they're going to be impacted down the street. They're going to see other tribes saying, no, we're not going to do this. Then I'm going to appeal to my leaders, Navajo leaders. Earlier, I heard you make a statement about education, about different items. I've heard you say that before. Thank you so very much. Then also, you wanted to pass legislation that will impact our Navajo Nation in a positive way. So I'm glad for that. And so if there's anything you can do to assist us, and I heard Mr. Brady say that your tribe has 250,000. He's wrong. It's 300,000 plus. Where, like he said, where are they? What is Navajo Nation saying? So I'm going to appeal to our leaders to make a statement across Indian country to let them know that this is what Navajo Nation is saying. So I just wanted to express a couple of thoughts. I know I'm running over my time. The councilwomen know what I'm talking about. They have 5-minute limits. What happens is they just unplug the cord and you just see their lips moving. They did that to me too when I was vice president. 20 minutes hit, they cut me off. So then I just sat there going, shh. But just so you're aware, I just wanted to provide this much information, what we can do together to move our initiatives forward across Indian country. Oh, hey, thank you so much. Boy, you knew, right? Thinking alike. This is precisely what I have. And you can see, right, where the yeses are. And what's going to happen is they're going to add more, right? They're going to add more. Arizona's coming up. Alaska. Oh, that's right. Guess what? Mr. Kozad, what you just said is what we were saying at the conference. And Alaska came up. Do Alaskans have teepees? Do they run?
Not that I know of.
Do they do peyote ceremonies?
Not that I know of.
Guess what? They put legislation in place for peyote and mescaline. So they sat in our presentation and they listened to us. And they said, why did you not come here yesterday so that we could change the legislation that we have? So they shared it with us. So I just want you to be aware that now there's an awakening happening, sir. Mr. Kozad, what you just said, it's starting to happen. So I want to thank the president. The last couple of conferences they had, they invited us over. We shared what little information we could. So that's what we did. Then they invited us again this year. And because we were going to be here, we didn't make it over. We're getting prepared for all these activities that are coming up. So next year, we'll be with you if we get an invitation. Thank you for allowing us to do the Council of Peyote Way of Life Coalition doing ceremonies at your event. And so what we're praying for is the same thing you're praying for. What we're praying for is exactly what everybody stated here. So the massive psychedelic industry that is out there, and we are, for now, the only ones that are looking at that big organization and saying, no, that's not true. So if I could enlist anyone else's help, I would greatly appreciate it. So I wanted to say those sorts of things at the present time. Then to talk a little bit more about DORA. There's 2 organizations that are driving it. There are 2 organizations that are driving it. There's the Department of Regulatory Agencies, and the other one, you can probably guess what it is, right?
Department of Justice.
What would they be interested in?
Agriculture. Money.
Department of Revenue. So those two, and guess who's the head, who's the lead between those two organizations? Department of Revenue. So I just wanted to share that thought with you. And it behooves each and every one of you, believe you me, that if you start asking questions at your state legislature, you're gonna find all these different things out. And what do we need to do? Then I talked to the vice president, and it's going to take us, just like Mr. Kozad said, it's going to take us to go to our tribal nations and start to let them know what we're up against. So 1 or 2 would help. 3 or 4 would be even better, saying the same thing. Then guess what? All of Indian country could stand up and they could say, no, this is what we don't want. And so then we could save what little is left of Indian country. Someone earlier was talking about they took everything. Now this is the last item that we have. And we want to hold on to it. And we also, I'm going to end my talk and turn it over to Herschel so he can talk about Dora. What we're talking about, and you know what I'm saying, someone talked about the moon. Just the moon, the way that the moon is in the TV. The line on it, the lifeline. And someone said that I'm right in the middle there. So people are finding themselves in the circle and where they're at on life's journey. The way that the charcoal is behind the moon, the fire that is there, the wood that they're burning, types of wood. Indian countries, all different. They use different types of firewood. Then they have a lighter stick. And then in the morning, you're talking about the food that comes in, ceremonial food. So the way that that is, we want to preserve it just in that state. We don't want to alter it. We don't want the psychedelic industry to get a hold of it. So we have a vision to maintain that. And our vision is 2075. 2075. And we told the psychedelic industry that's our vision. Hands off. So I'm going to share that with you. And I wanted to share it with leadership here and everybody else that's here. So in our organization, Mr. Clark is the vice chair. Then Mr. Secretary is here with us. And so that's how we think honorably of this organization, the invitation, like I said, that we've been getting. So we wanted to come here and with our delegation, we have members of the coalition that are here. So I wanted to share that many thoughts with you. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you, Navajo Nation, for all your representation. Like I said, they've gone to Washington, D.C., sat in on some of our events. They've gone and participated in the celebration for the treaty. And one thing that also makes me proud is the speaker, Madam Speaker, signed a proclamation right there for us for Navajo Nation Prayer Day. So that was the other thing that we're extremely proud of. So I wanted to share about that many thoughts with you. I'm going to call on Mr. Clark, Vice President Clark.
If that's okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
I'll be really quick. I'm not going to pass. Thank you, Shaitan. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Herschel Walker Clark. I like to say my full name. I don't know why there's a good football player that played football. So, but it's good to be here. Yeah, thank you. Shia totally cleaning this one. The Bethlehem Boishin, Ashin Shiche, Aro Titnatan Shinella. I'm from Tisto. Our family's from there. My grandparents are David and Geraldine Clark. So that's the family that I come from. Chin Lee's originally where we're from. So the great, we are the best in the Navajo Nation. So the heart of Navajo Nation is in Chin Lee. So I appreciate. Well, thank you, Mr. President, Freddie, Vice President, Justin. Thank you for Native American Church of North America for inviting us to be here. And also the delegates from Navajo Nation, appreciate it. And also all the members that are here, also my dad, Avery, Danette talked to our medicine people. Yeah, thank you. But just to be really quick, I want to appreciate Mr. Dayish. He's been our ears, our eyes, and he's been our voice here in Colorado, being part of that tribal advisory group. And I think he's brought a lot of information for us to understand what's going on here in Colorado. And I think that's something that we wish that we have relatives in the big psychedelic conference. Today, we saw him, a relative on the biggest stage, 7,000 people there. We wish that he would be our ears and our eyes and our voice too as well. But unfortunately, it's not like that. But it's okay, it's okay. We did see what we saw there, and it's really interesting. And I really encourage you guys to go to the psychedelic conference. It was eye-opening for me. And there's a lot of understanding. It seems like the Colorado being on the advisory group, what Mr. Dayish mentioned, there's some detailed information that's really important. And one is really how the act is developed, the language. The one where they say that indigenous knowledge is going to be incorporated into these treatment centers, the psychedelic treatment centers. To us, that's a big concern because we don't know how to define indigenous knowledge in the state of Colorado. How do they define it? To us, that's intellectual property, traditional knowledge. That's our songs, that's our prayers, that's our fireplace, that's our fans. That's everything that comprises of that intellectual property and traditional knowledge. That's the tricky part of that legislation. So we want to explain that a little more. And the other one is these licensed dispensaries or psychedelic treatment, these treatment centers, language says it has to be 51% owned by an indigenous person or individual. What we're requesting in that is we want to be federally recognized. The language, federally recognized person has to be in charge, or 51% if that's what they're going to do. So the language is really important in that legislation, because anybody could self-identify as indigenous, the way I understand it. You go to the psychedelic conference, I guarantee at least 3/4 of those people identify as indigenous people, but they're not recognized, federally recognized tribal members. And that's the biggest serious concern. The other one is who's going to be the oversight of ministering and allowing these types of traditional knowledge to be incorporated to these psychedelic treatment centers. That's the biggest thing right there. For us now with Indian country, we have IRB, Indian we have a review board. There's a process on how we are allowed to do research. So that's the other biggest concern too as well. So just to keep it really simple, I think those are the concerns that this act that has. And like we said, Dayish, we met with Alaska Natives that are moving forward with the legislation. After we explained to them thoroughly exactly, and they asked questions, they felt like, wow, where was this knowledge at? Where was this information at? So they've been going to these psychedelic conferences, and they've been relying on people in there to give them resources or give them information or to work with them. But they're not hearing it from us, Native American Church of North America. They're not hearing it from tribal leadership. Federally recognized tribal leaders is where it's at. Because I'm hearing the word throughout the whole conference, rightful relations. Then they talk about shared benefits, reciprocity, prior consent consultation. And that conversation they never really mentioned about federally recognized tribal members are the respected Native American Church traditional healer organizations throughout Indian country. It seems like they just go over that. So it's really important, just when the first day, second day, there's a lot of information that's there at that psychedelic. So I encourage, maybe next year, 2 years from now, we'll be right there and having that voice. And it seems like it's an eye-awakening for them to understand when we speak. And it's like, wow, where was this information at? So I just wanted to kind of briefly, there's a lot more information, but just keep it very simple. And I just appreciate, I'll be speaking tomorrow too as well, but thank you for allowing me to explain a little more in detail of what that tribal advisory and how that's going to impact. Most important, a lot of the people there, they're saying that this is going to be the blueprint on how they're going to move forward nationwide. Because Alaska said they were referencing that act But they did put a tribal advisory group in there. But the question that we had to is like, who uses medicine in Alaska? But they got invited down to 605, and we're like, okay. So that's the other portion. We have some questions with our relatives of what they're saying to our people out there in Indian country on how they're moving forward with legislation. So this is just kind of mentioned to you. There's a lot of information, but I just want to keep it simple. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark here, Vice President. So once again, I know you guys have been sitting here all morning. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate all the good comments and words, you know, and I appreciate Philly Way of Life doing what they're doing. I know it's very helpful, and I'm glad that you got to be in the heart of all this whole psychedelic movement down there. And no doubt, I know it's probably kind of felt some way about it, you know, kind of almost like mad kind of a feeling, energy, you know, and how could this happen, you know? I thought we was all raised to be one mind, one heart, one prayer, one song, and I thought we was always taught to keep it the way it was showing. Don't add nothing, don't take anything away. You know, now today our peyote is being used as a mascot. And it's sad to see that and hear that. You know, so I know there's a lot I could say, but you know, I want everyone, everybody's probably tired of hearing, you know, Justin and Ryan and myself or Daryl. We want everyone to hear it from different people, different relatives, different ceremonial practitioners, different organizations, different tribal leadership, you know, so that way we can all be moving forward in a good way. So I just want to put the brakes on there for the day, and I want to thank everyone for being here. Tomorrow it's going to be even gooder, even better. But I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out. I'm really glad and happy. We have a good, thank our small youth council. Thank you all for being here very much, because all this is happening in the backyard of one of our sacred medicines, and we paid that mutual respect to let you all know about it, what's happening, and I'm even glad that you're our NAC member as well. So now that we kind of hear what's going on, the reality of things, you know, I just want to say thank each and every one of you for being here. And it kind of set the tone today when our legal rep, you know, kind of defined all the laws that we're governed by, kind of set the tone, the overview, the symposium, what our intention is, and how we're going to be, you know, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you know, so I just want to say that. And okay.
Just real quick. Isaac Papabero was Cardenas from Yanawana, Tapilam American Church. From Yanawana, coming in San Antonio, Texas. Just two comments, I guess we could put. One, when the women were speaking, I was reflecting back home. Many of you that were at the 76th annual NACNA convention, the young people that I brought with me, see them as a next generation. I'm probably one of a few elders that support them, even though when they make mistakes, being kind to help them. But what I see a lot is Indian country, I see the elders, as soon as the young people get an idea, and one of the women that were expressing, they reminded me of that. You know, they talk harsh to you. They even talk harsh to you in the teepee. As a young man, I experienced that. And when you leave the teepee, I felt like I'm never going back. You know, they talk to me like that. I'm there to pray. And is this how you pray in church? But then as the time passes, I get, that thought gets weak and I'm back in there again, going through the meat grinder with these elders. And I think I want the elders to have an open mind, that if they are going to correct them, do it with kindness and love. Don't do it with And all that harshness, that comes from the colonial way. That comes from the boarding school, and with us, the missions. They ring the bell to wake us up in the morning, and they would tell us what to do in a harsh way. The second thing I want to say, and end with that, that 605, ever since we heard of it, it started out like a good thing, and then our people even helped out making the fence and taking food. But as soon as this organization, the NACNA, said that they weren't going to support that, all our people have solidarity. And Texas has been our home for almost 100,000 years. And that medicine has been there for that long. So just real quick, I just want to invite you to consider, brothers and sisters, that we have to stay together solid. If you're going over there to 605 and you like what's going over there, and then you come over here, you can't pick both sides. Make up your mind, support what we're doing, because I really don't think those people are going to give them the land. I think they got a bigger plan. Mr. Phillip was talking about how these rich people think. They have no passion. They have no kindness. They're killers. They have a killer instinct, like old yellow-haired Cheeto face. It's the same thing. He's a killer, and he has no compassion for anyone. We see the actions. So I just want to invite you to consider, we're little, but we're powerful. They cut our tree down, which is our life, but they didn't cut the roots. So I want to say that in a good way, and blessings to everybody tonight. We have good dreams for good solutions tomorrow. Tamo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost evening, but real quickly, this morning I went to the psychedelic, and I wanted to know what they're talking about, to absorb their plan of action. And I went into that Coliseum, that huge room. There's tons of chairs, and the place is almost filled with psychedelic movement supporters. And they had a big old screen, and they talk about psychedelic, and they utilize PTSD. The mind of how it's terrible, how it's trying to convey, and all that confusion within their mind, how it's utilized these different medicine that they showed. And they're trying to utilize that subtly, and sitting there, and the thunderous applause, the atmosphere of all these people gathering in one of that psychedelic, and here, we're trying to protect the medicine, that way of life. And after all that, the atmosphere is so built up, one of our relatives that he didn't even say anything about to protect this, but leave the medicine, no. And we're humble people here trying to protect it, and this is a huge multi-million dollars. They showed it, all these different huge organizations. And one presenter smiled, and she said, we're never going to go away. And that put a chill down my spine, even though Marine, an Army veteran, just thinking what she said, and just that one word, just that smile, just that action. And we should become together as focused, like what Grandpa said. This 2025, this millennium, we should all come together and fight against this. This is an atrocity, basically. It's back to colonialism. And the Navajo language, we say, this is an emergency. So I wanted to absorb, to get myself educated, to report back to my people what I've seen and what I've witnessed. And thank you, ladies, my sisters here. So thank you, in Washington and all these places, thank you. So I'd like to say that, to make that short. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. Thanks, sir.
Just want to thank everyone here. I know tomorrow we could have a lot of more expressions. So however we want to do the colors, retire them, keep them up. Our veterans, any ideas on our colors, color guard?
Let's retire them.
Retire them? Okay.
We have those.
The same ones this morning, if you could help out again, we appreciate it. We'll have our vice president here. He's going to sing a song here. We're going to retreat our colors. And then we'll have the rest of the evening off. One more veteran can help. Okay, yeah. Oh, we got one here, yeah.
I'm no veteran, but I was asked to help. Those that came to that, the Salvation Army.
Oh, Bert.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening. Be safe.